Beneath the dust of forgotten empires and the silence of buried cities lie questions the world still cannot answer. Ancient stones whisper of technologies that should not have existed. Carvings speak of visitors no history book dares to mention. Entire civilizations rose and vanished without leaving a trace of where they went, or why. From colossal structures that defy logic to tombs, sealed with secrets we've yet to decode, archaeology has uncovered more enigmas than explanations. Every fragment unearthed seems to open another door, leading deeper into a past that refuses to be fully understood. How did our ancestors achieve what modern science still struggles to explain? Who built the monuments that stand in impossible silence, scattered across deserts, jungles, and forgotten valleys, from the sands of Palestine to the depths of South America? And what truths were buried, perhaps deliberately, to be lost for eternity? So sit back, relax, and let's dive into the unsolved archaeological mysteries the world still can't explain. In the barren expanse of northern Nevada, surrounded by the stillness of the Great Basin Desert, lies an unassuming cave that has become one of the most debated archaeological sites in America. Lovelock Cave, once called the Sunset Guano Cave, sits carved into a limestone outcrop, overlooking a dry lake bed that was once teeming with life. Today, the air there is dry and heavy with silence. But a century ago, this cave would ignite one of the strangest stories in archaeological history, a tale of discovery, controversy, and the persistent whispers of giants. When the cave was first explored in 1911, it wasn't curiosity that drew people in. It was profit. Two miners, David Hart and James Pugh, were in search of bat guano, a valuable natural fertilizer. Armed with shovels and dynamite, they tore through the ancient sediment, unaware that they were disturbing layers of history thousands of years deep. Amid the heaps of broken pottery and desiccated remains, they began to notice something extraordinary. Artifacts that didn't seem to belong to any known culture, and bones of unusual size. Soon after, archaeologists from the University of California were called in to conduct a formal excavation. What they uncovered only deepened the mystery. Beneath the cave floor lay a complex record of human habitation stretching back more than 4,000 years. They found stone tools, bone implements, duck decoys made from tule reeds, and the remnants of woven baskets, evidence of an advanced hunter-gatherer culture. But mixed among these remains were stories and objects that defied easy classification. The local Paiute people had long spoken of a race of red-haired giants they called the Siteka, a people said to have been taller than any human and fierce beyond measure. According to legend, these giants were enemies of the Paiute ancestors, cannibalistic and cruel, who were eventually driven into the cave and burned alive. For generations, it was little more than a myth, a cautionary tale passed down through oral tradition. But when early excavators reported finding large skeletal fragments, femurs too long for an average person, skulls of unusual dimensions, the line between myth and archaeology began to blur. Reports from the 1910s and 1920s describe the discovery of mummified remains measuring up to 7.5 feet tall, with distinct reddish hair still clinging to the scalp. Newspapers of the era eagerly seized on the story, publishing headlines about giant skeletons found in Nevada cave. Yet, as the decades passed, many of those bones disappeared into private collections, local museums, and university storerooms, some lost, others misplaced, and a few perhaps deliberately withheld from public view. Mainstream archaeologists maintain that the remains were simply of unusually tall but otherwise normal prehistoric humans, perhaps affected by the variability found in any population. They argue that the red hair was not genetic, but the result of environmental effects, the darkening and oxidation of black hair over centuries of exposure to minerals and air. The artifacts themselves, they say, belong to the Lovelock culture, a known group that inhabited the region around 1500 BC to 1000 AD. Yet not everyone is convinced. Too many details, some claim, remain unexplained. The size of certain artifacts, massive sandals and large-handled tools, seems disproportionate. A few of the bones reportedly measured longer than those of modern humans, suggesting a height far beyond the average. And then there are the missing pieces, the mummified remains, the larger skulls, that vanished before they could ever be fully studied. Could these gaps be simple accidents of history, or were they quietly removed to preserve a more conventional narrative? In the decades that followed, Lovelock Cave became a crossroads between scientific inquiry and folklore. Skeptics insist the legends of the Si-Te-Ka were symbolic, perhaps representing ancient conflicts between tribes or exaggerations of real enemies. Others argue the myths were rooted in distant memories of an actual people, an isolated group whose unusual physical traits inspired stories of giants. Some fringe theorists go further, connecting the Lovelock findings to global legends of towering beings found in nearly every ancient culture, from the Nephilim of Palestine and Mesopotamia to the Anakim of the Bible, to the Titans of Greek mythology. They point out that giant bones have reportedly surfaced in places as far apart as the Caucasus Mountains and the Andes, only to vanish under mysterious circumstances. Could Lovelock Cave be another piece of that hidden puzzle, a remnant of a forgotten chapter in human history that mainstream science is reluctant to acknowledge? Archaeological records show that the cave's earliest layers date to a time when the region was still fertile, home to lakes and wetlands rich in fish and waterfowl. The Lovelock people hunted, crafted, and buried their dead there for millennia. But as the climate shifted and the waters receded, their settlements vanished. By the time modern settlers arrived, only the stories remained, the memory of a race that towered above the rest, both literally and figuratively. In the 1930s, a few of the recovered skulls were measured and catalogued by anthropologists. While none officially exceeded the range of modern human variation, some were notably large, with cranial capacities greater than average. Still, without access to the complete remains, definitive conclusions were impossible. Later re-examinations by the Nevada State Museum and the University of California reinforced the view that the inhabitants were Native American, not mythical giants. But for those who have seen the photographs, those haunting images of reddish hair, elongated skulls, and skeletal fragments that seemed too massive for ordinary proportions, the questions never fully faded. Even today, Lovelock Cave remains sealed for protection, its excavations carefully documented and its artifacts preserved, but the air inside still carries the weight of unanswered questions. Standing at its entrance, one can almost imagine the flicker of ancient firelight dancing across the walls, the echoes of voices long extinct. Were the stories of the Si-Te-Ka mere legend, born from memory and myth? Or did this cave once shelter a people unlike any we have ever known? Giants whose existence challenges the boundaries of human history itself? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between. Somewhere in the shadows of the cave, between bone and dust, between science and story. A reminder that, even in our age of satellites and scanners, the Earth still holds secrets it refuses to surrender. And as long as Lovelock Cave stands, staring silently over the empty desert, the mystery of its giants endures, unresolved, unconfirmed, but never forgotten. As we move from the haunting legends of Lovelock Cave across oceans and centuries, another mystery rises from the dust, this time in the remote highlands of western China. Here, at the edge of the Qinghai province, near the desolate shores of Lake Tosan, stands Mount Baigong. It is an austere and silent landscape, a place where the wind sweeps endlessly through rocky plains and the horizon feels untouched by time. Yet hidden within this mountain's stony heart lies something that defies simple explanation. Something that seems, at first glance, impossibly out of place. Embedded deep within the cliffs are what appear to be ancient pipes, tubular structures of varying sizes, some as thin as a finger, others as wide as a man's leg. They extend through the rock, intersecting and branching in ways eerily reminiscent of a modern plumbing or drainage system. Many lead directly into a nearby cave, while others reach outward toward the lake bed below, as if once channeling something. Water, perhaps, or something far stranger. The formations are collectively known as the Baigong Pipes, and for more than half a century, they've challenged geologists, archaeologists, and anyone who dares to ask who or what built them. The first reports of the Baigong Pipes emerged in the 1930s when a group of travelers stumbled upon the cave and its strange metallic veins. But it wasn't until the early 2000s that Chinese researchers began a serious investigation. What they found astonished them. Dozens of pipes were discovered running through the mountainside, some leading deep underground, others protruding into the open air. Samples were collected and sent for analysis. The results, published in part by the Beijing Institute of Geology, revealed that the pipes were composed primarily of iron, silicon dioxide, and calcium oxide. In other words, a blend of metal and rock, one that seemed both manufactured and geological. And yet, the most puzzling finding came from their estimated age. Thermoluminescence dating of surrounding sediments suggested that the pipes, or at least the structures containing them, could be as much as 150,000 years old. That would place their origin long before human beings in this region were capable of working metal or even existing in large organized societies. How could such precise, tube-like formations predate civilization itself? Skeptics offered the first and simplest explanation: nature. The Baigong Pipes, they proposed, might not be pipes at all, but a product of an unusual geological process known as fossilized tree root formation. Over time, mineral-rich groundwater can seep into decaying organic material, replacing it with iron and silica, leaving behind structures that mimic man-made pipes. This theory would mean the so-called pipes are nothing more than petrified remnants of ancient plant life. But the problem is, not all of the formations fit that explanation. Some of the pipes run through solid stone, emerging in symmetrical networks. Others appear embedded in places where no organic matter could have decayed naturally. A few even show signs of being hollow, as though once used to carry or contain something. And then there's the curious fact that magnetic analysis revealed traces of oxidation consistent with long-term exposure to high temperatures, something difficult to reconcile with a purely natural origin. Adding to the mystery is the cave itself. The entrance resembles a carefully carved arch, not a random opening. Inside, the walls bear strange linear patterns, and at the back of the chamber, some explorers claim to have seen what looks like a collapsed corridor leading deeper into the mountain. Local folklore tells of celestial visitors, beings who descended from the sky and built structures in the mountains long before recorded history. It's easy to dismiss such stories as myth, but when confronted with something as enigmatic as the Baigong Pipes, the line between folklore and possibility begins to blur. In the early 2000s, state media briefly fueled speculation that the pipes could be remnants of an ancient outpost, or perhaps an alien facility. The story caught international attention, and suddenly Mount Baigong was thrust into the spotlight of UFO enthusiasts and alternative historians. They pointed out the pipe's uniform dimensions and the seemingly deliberate layout, suggesting an advanced civilization, or even an extraterrestrial presence, might have left them behind. After all, if these structures truly date back 150,000 years, who could have built them? But mainstream science has remained cautious. Later geological studies proposed another possibility: iron-rich magma intrusions that cooled unevenly, forming tubular shapes as the molten material retreated. Yet this too raises questions. Why do the pipes follow precise, almost engineered angles? Why do they converge in a pattern suggestive of design rather than chance? And why do some appear to connect the cave directly to the dry lake bed, as if once channeling a flow now long gone? Even modern testing hasn't resolved the paradox. In some samples, nearly 30% of the material is composed of substances unknown to the surrounding geology. One test even revealed traces of organic matter embedded in the metal itself, carbon dated to roughly 40,000 years old, still far too ancient for human metallurgy. For some researchers, this could point to an ancient natural phenomenon we have yet to understand. For others, it remains evidence, however circumstantial, of lost knowledge, a civilization erased from memory. The landscape around Mount Baigong does little to clarify things. The vast barren plains feel almost extraterrestrial, dotted with strange rock formations sculpted by centuries of wind. The nearby Lake Tosan glimmers under the thin mountain light, its waters saline and lifeless. To stand there, surrounded by silence and the ghostly symmetry of those iron tubes, is to feel the weight of deep time pressing in. You can almost sense that this place once mattered, that it once held purpose. Could these pipes have been part of an ancient water distribution system long before recorded civilization? A remnant of a forgotten culture that rose and fell before written history began? Or could they be evidence of something far older, something not born of this world at all? The questions echo through the empty cave, unanswered. Each hypothesis seems to reveal as much as it conceals. The scientists who have studied the Baigong Pipes admit that no single explanation accounts for every detail. Nature can be creative, yes, but its creations rarely mimic the deliberate precision of human design. And human hands, at least as far as we know, should not have existed in this region 150 millennia ago. So the pipes remain, half buried in the mountain, half visible to the world. They are a quiet riddle carved in iron and stone, a bridge between geology and legend. As the wind sweeps through the valley and rattles across the cave's entrance, one can't help but wonder, were these truly the work of nature's slow hand, or the remnants of something that time itself has tried to erase? Whatever the answer, the Baigong Pipes stand as a silent reminder. Our planet still holds secrets that defy every timeline we've drawn. And perhaps, deep beneath the mountain, the truth still waits, patient, hidden, and older than memory itself. From the remote mountains of China, where iron pipes vanish into stone, we journey west, across deserts and centuries, to the heart of the ancient world. Here, beneath the arid cliffs near the Dead Sea, lies a cave that once guarded one of the strangest relics ever unearthed. Not carved from stone or inked on fragile parchment, but hammered into sheets of pure copper. It is known simply as the Copper Scroll, and it may be the most enigmatic document ever discovered. The year was 1952. Archaeologists exploring a network of caves near Qumran, in what is now called Palestine, stumbled upon something wholly unlike the other Dead Sea Scrolls found in the area. Instead of soft parchment or papyrus, they found 2 rolled sheets of corroded metal wedged deep within a crevice of the cave wall. At first glance, the object appeared unremarkable, a greenish cylinder, brittle with age. But when researchers finally managed to unroll it, cutting the copper sheets into segments to avoid shattering them, what they read sent ripples through the archaeological world. The text was written in Hebrew, but its content was utterly unique. Rather than containing prayers, scriptures, or commentaries, it listed what appeared to be a series of treasure locations. 64 in total. Each entry described the hiding place of enormous quantities of gold, silver, and other precious items, vessels, scrolls, ingots, and sacred artifacts buried in specific places across the ancient landscape. It was not poetry. It was an inventory. And if the numbers were to be believed, the treasures described were vast. Tens of tons of gold and silver, hidden in secret chambers, under steps, behind walls, or buried deep beneath ancient ruins. The scroll read like the ledger of a lost empire or the map to a forgotten fortune. Yet no coordinates, no clear landmarks, no known monuments matched the descriptions exactly. Who had created such a document? And why had they written it on copper, a material so difficult to work with compared to parchment? Some scholars believe it was to preserve the record, to ensure that time, humidity, and decay could never destroy it. Whatever its purpose, the author wanted this information to endure. The Copper Scroll stands apart from the rest of the Dead Sea Scrolls. While most of those texts are religious, prayers, prophecies, community rules, this one is practical, almost administrative. Its tone is matter-of-fact, as if written by someone tasked with cataloging a vast hoard. Yet it never once mentions who the treasure belongs to. Mainstream historians have long debated its origin. One common theory ties it to the temple in Jerusalem, suggesting that during the Roman siege of 70 BC, priests or custodians of the Second Temple may have hidden sacred treasures to protect them from looting. In this view, the Copper Scroll is not a mythic fantasy, but a desperate record, an insurance policy written by those who feared everything they knew was about to be lost. If true, the document could be a priceless archaeological guide, a roadmap to one of the greatest caches of religious artifacts ever assembled. Among the items possibly buried, some have speculated, might be remnants of the Ark of the Covenant, ritual vessels from Solomon's temple, or gold collected from generations of tithes and offerings. Yet others see the matter differently. Some scholars argue that the scroll's lists are too elaborate, too inconsistent, and too geographically wide-ranging to represent a real inventory. Instead, they propose that it was symbolic, a coded text reflecting spiritual wealth rather than literal treasure. In this interpretation, the gold and silver are metaphors for divine wisdom, the hidden treasures of the soul. But even that explanation has its difficulties. The Copper Scroll is written in a tone too direct, too detailed to seem purely allegorical. It names rivers, steps, and vessels of incense. It speaks of measurements in talents, of places beneath the ruins of the Valley of Achor, and of hiding 42 talents of silver in the cistern under the steps. It reads less like scripture and more like logistics. In the decades since its discovery, countless researchers, adventurers, and even military-funded expeditions have searched for the treasures it describes. None have succeeded. Excavations in and around Qumran have yielded no trace of gold or silver caches, and many of the sites mentioned in the text remain unidentified. Some locations could have been destroyed, buried, or even submerged over the centuries. Others may have been deliberately concealed to prevent rediscovery. There are also those who believe that the treasures were already found, quietly and long ago. A few theorists suggest that later religious orders or even governments may have recovered the hidden wealth before the modern era, keeping the discovery secret to avoid political or religious upheaval. It is, after all, a mystery that touches upon power, faith, and ownership, subjects history rarely records without bias. And then there is the fringe theory, one that stretches beyond the conventional boundaries of archaeology. It proposes that the Copper Scroll was not merely a map of hidden gold, but a record of knowledge, perhaps even of technology, guarded by a secret priestly order that once spanned continents. Proponents point to the unusual choice of metal, suggesting that it symbolized not only permanence, but something meant to endure beyond one era of humanity. To them, the scroll may hint at a forgotten civilization, one whose understanding of metallurgy, architecture, and preservation was far ahead of its time. No physical evidence supports such claims, yet the allure persists. Because even the most skeptical scholars admit one truth: whoever made the copper scroll did so with extraordinary intent. It was not decoration, it was not devotion, it was information meant to last forever. Today, the copper scroll is housed in the Jordan Museum in Amman, displayed behind protective glass. Its green surface glows faintly under controlled light, the letters still sharp after nearly 2,000 years. Visitors who stand before it often remark on its strangeness, the quiet sense that it is trying to tell us something we are not yet ready to understand. Was it merely a forgotten inventory from a chaotic time? A map to hidden treasures still buried beneath the desert? Or a fragment of something far greater, an encrypted record of knowledge that predates even the temples themselves? As with so many relics of the ancient world, the copper scroll offers no clear answers. It only invites questions. Perhaps that is its true purpose, to remind us that history is not a straight line of progress and certainty, but a labyrinth of buried truths, each one waiting for the right moment to be uncovered. And so it remains, a document of copper, a message from the dust, and a mystery that continues to defy time, silently asking, across 2 millennia, what secrets still lie hidden beneath the sands of Palestine. From the desert caves of Palestine and the cryptic gleam of the copper scroll, our journey now leads us high into the thin air of the Andes, where another mystery waits, carved not into metal but into stone itself. Here, on the outskirts of the ancient city of Cusco in Peru, rise the formidable walls of Sacsayhuamán, an architectural enigma so extraordinary that even centuries after its rediscovery, no one can fully explain how it was built. The first thing one notices is the sheer scale. Massive blocks of andesite and limestone, each weighing as much as 300 tons, stand fitted together with such precision that not even a sheet of paper can slip between them. The stones are not uniform. Each one is a different shape, angled and curved, yet they interlock like the pieces of a vast geological puzzle. The walls form 3 tiers, zigzagging across the hillside like a serpent's spine, commanding a view of the valley below. Under the bright Andean sun, they gleam with a quiet, almost deliberate perfection. It is said that when the Spanish conquistadors first arrived in the 16th century, they could hardly believe that humans, without iron tools, without wheels, without beasts of burden, had crafted such a structure. Some believed it was the work of demons or giants. Others thought it must have been built by a civilization far older than the Inca, one whose knowledge had already vanished into legend. According to Inca tradition, Sacsayhuamán was constructed under the reign of the Emperor Pachacuti in the 15th century, as part of Cusco's ceremonial and defensive complex. The name itself, often translated as the place where the falcon is satisfied, carries echoes of both reverence and mystery. The Inca viewed Cusco as the navel of the world, the center of their universe, and Sacsayhuamán as its crown, where earth met sky and gods met men. Yet when we look closely, questions emerge. How did the builders lift and position stones that modern cranes would struggle to move? How were the surfaces cut so perfectly that they seem molded rather than carved? And how did they achieve this without mortar, leaving walls that have endured earthquakes for centuries while modern constructions crumble? Mainstream archaeologists propose that the stones were shaped using hammerstones and granite pounders, slowly chipped and fitted over time. The precision, they argue, was achieved through patience and expertise, an art form refined through generations. Indeed, the Inca were master engineers, known for their vast road systems, suspension bridges, and terraced agriculture. Sacsayhuamán, in this light, becomes the pinnacle of their skill, a masterpiece of human ingenuity. But for others, this explanation feels incomplete. The stones bear no visible tool marks consistent with such methods. Their contours are smooth, almost fluid, as though they were once softened or molded like clay. Some even display gentle curves that wrap around neighboring stones, defying the straight lines of typical masonry. Could the builders have known a technique that allowed them to alter the stone's structure, perhaps through heat, chemistry, or a process long forgotten? Adding to the mystery is the polygonal design itself. Unlike typical defensive walls, which rely on symmetry and uniform blocks, the Sacsayhuamán Walls appear chaotic, almost organic, yet the result is one of perfect stability. When earthquakes strike, and they often do in this region, the stones move slightly, absorbing the shock before settling back into place. No other ancient structure in the Andes has survived seismic activity so gracefully. As scholars continue to debate its construction, another question lingers: who first conceived of it? Some researchers suggest that parts of Sacsayhuamán predate the Inca Empire entirely. The lower sections of the wall, they note, show signs of extreme weathering, as though they had stood for centuries before the Inca ever arrived. Could the empire have simply inherited and expanded upon an older, forgotten structure, one built by a culture whose name has been lost to time? This idea echoes a pattern seen across the world: monumental structures whose origins are obscured by the fog of prehistory. From the pyramids of Egypt to the megaliths of Baalbek, from Gobekli Tepe to Machu Picchu itself, many of the world's most enduring monuments share this strange duality, masterpieces of engineering that appear both ancient and ageless, as if touched by a knowledge that transcended its era. Fringe theorists have gone even further. Some claim that Sacsayhuamán's precision points to technologies beyond the known capabilities of any ancient society, perhaps the use of sound or vibration to move stone, or even the harnessing of natural electromagnetic fields. A few draw parallels between the site's layout and celestial patterns, suggesting it served as an astronomical observatory, a place where the builders sought to align earth and sky in perfect harmony. Then there are the legends. The local Quechua people speak of Viracocha, the great creator god, who emerged from Lake Titicaca and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some stories describe him as a tall, light-skinned figure who built mighty walls before vanishing across the sea, promising to return. Could Sacsayhuamán be one of the last traces of that mythic age? A monument left behind by the teachers of mankind, real or symbolic. Even modern surveys reveal more than meets the eye. Beneath the visible walls, archaeologists have discovered deep tunnels, chambers, and subterranean corridors extending into the hill. Many remain unexplored. Some speculate they connect to the temple complex beneath Cusco itself, forming a hidden labyrinth of passageways. Others believe they were ritual spaces, designed for ceremonies that blended architecture, astronomy, and religion into a single cosmic experience. Standing before the walls today, it is difficult not to feel a sense of awe. The stones seem alive, their surfaces glowing faintly in the fading light, as if holding within them the memory of hands that shaped them with impossible care. Tourists walk between the great blocks, tracing their fingers along the seams, whispering the same question asked for centuries: how? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between genius and mystery, between human perseverance and the echoes of something greater. Sacsayhuamán reminds us that the line between the known and the unknown is thinner than we imagine. Each stone is both evidence and enigma, a fragment of history that refuses to yield its full story. As night descends over the Andes and the cold wind brushes across the ancient ramparts, the silence feels almost sentient. The walls stand unshaken, watching the stars as they have for ages, and one cannot help but wonder, were these stones placed merely by human hands, or guided by something that understood the language of the earth itself? Whatever the answer, Sacsayhuamán endures as both monument and mystery, a testament to the ingenuity of the past and a riddle whispered by the mountains, waiting for the day when its secret will finally be understood. From the towering walls of Sacsayhuamán, carved in stone high in the Andes, our path now turns north and east, toward a far colder, quieter world. Deep within the Ural Mountains of Russia, where the forests stretch endlessly and the wind carries the whisper of forgotten ages, a strange figure once lay buried beneath layers of peat and time. It would remain hidden there for nearly 10 millennia, until one day, miners unearthed a secret that would force archaeologists to rewrite a part of human history. It was 1894, in a region near the small village of Shigir, when workers digging through the depths of a peat bog struck something solid. What emerged was unlike anything they had ever seen. A massive wooden sculpture, darkened with age yet astonishingly well preserved by the acidic waters. When fully assembled, it stood more than 17 feet tall, its surface covered in intricate geometric patterns and haunting human faces. Today, it is known as the Shigir Idol, and it is the oldest known wooden statue in the world. Radiocarbon dating revealed a date so early that even scientists doubted it at first. The idol was carved around 9,600 BC, more than twice as old as the Great Pyramid of Giza, and from a time when much of the world was still emerging from the last ice age. The people who created it lived thousands of years before the rise of agriculture, before metal, before written language. And yet, their creation displays an artistic and symbolic complexity that defies every expectation of what early humans were capable of. The idol itself is carved from larch wood, a tree that once grew abundantly in the surrounding forests. Its surface is etched with zigzags, chevrons, and looping lines, patterns that appear deliberate, as though conveying a hidden code. The figure's face is elongated, its eyes hollow and still, with a mouth that seems almost to whisper. Below it, stacked one above the other, are smaller faces, each with the same emotionless calm. The effect is unsettling, almost hypnotic, a vertical totem rising from the earth, embodying both beauty and unease. What was its purpose? Was it a god, a guardian, or a message? Mainstream archaeologists believe the Shigir idol was likely a ritual object, perhaps representing the world's structure as early hunter-gatherers understood it. Some suggest the faces and patterns correspond to spiritual concepts, maybe layers of existence, or deities of forest and sky. Others interpret the symbols as an early form of storytelling, a visual language used to pass down knowledge in a world without words. But as researchers began to examine it more closely, stranger details emerged. The carvings follow mathematical symmetry, their arrangement precise and balanced, as if designed according to some hidden principle. Some of the geometric motifs mirror patterns found thousands of miles away, on ancient pottery, cave walls, and stone monuments belonging to cultures that arose millennia later. Could this be coincidence, or does it hint at a shared language of symbols stretching back to a forgotten age? Even more mysterious is the craftsmanship. The wood was worked with remarkable skill, cut, polished, and carved using tools of stone, yet displaying a level of control that seems almost modern. Under magnification, the grooves show clean, confident strokes, as though guided by a practiced hand. To create something of this size and intricacy in a world of simple hunters and gatherers implies an organized society, capable of devoting time and labor to spiritual or artistic expression. It suggests culture. It suggests belief. The idol's survival is itself a miracle. In most climates, wood decays quickly, leaving little trace of ancient life. but in the waterlogged peat of the Shigir bog, oxygen was scarce, halting the natural process of decomposition. For more than 11,000 years, the statue slept in silence, its features preserved like a message in a bottle sent from the dawn of humanity. When the idol was first reconstructed in the late 19th century, only fragments were known. Later discoveries in museum storage revealed additional sections, extending its height and adding new details. But with each piece restored, the riddle only deepened. The more complete the figure became, the less anyone could say for certain about what it truly represented. In 2018, new dating techniques confirmed its astonishing age once again, around 11,500 years old. This placed it at the very beginning of the Holocene epoch, contemporaneous with the final retreat of the glaciers and the birth of civilization itself. Yet it seemed to come from nowhere. There were no known settlements, no other artifacts nearby to suggest a thriving culture. The Shigir Idol stands alone, a solitary masterpiece with no known kin, And so, speculation continues. Some researchers have proposed that the idol represents a kind of early cosmology, a map of the universe as understood by prehistoric people, its layered faces symbolizing the worlds of earth, sky, and spirit. Others see in it an early warning, a myth carved into wood to record a cataclysm, perhaps a memory of the Ice Age's end, preserved for those who would follow. There are even those who wonder whether it might hint at contact with a civilization now lost to time. They point to its abstract design, its precise geometry, its apparent symbolic depth, and ask, could this be evidence of an advanced culture that existed long before recorded history? A civilization that perished but left behind echoes of its knowledge? Of course, such ideas remain on the fringes of archaeology. Yet even the most cautious scholars admit that the Shigir Idol challenges our assumptions. It shows that humans of the Mesolithic era were far more sophisticated, spiritually and intellectually, than once believed. It blurs the boundary between prehistory and civilization, suggesting that complex thought, art, and religion may have taken root far earlier than we imagined. Today, the Shigir Idol stands in the Sverdlovsk Regional Museum in Yekaterinburg, housed in a temperature-controlled chamber, its ancient wood glowing softly under the lights. Visitors often describe an uncanny feeling when standing before it, a sensation of being watched or of standing in the presence of something that remembers. The carved eyes, empty yet alert, seem to look across the millennia, as if aware that their meaning has been lost, waiting patiently to be rediscovered. Who carved this giant figure so long ago and for what reason? Was it an offering to unseen gods? A depiction of humanity's first myths? Or a remnant of knowledge from a forgotten epoch, preserved in wood when the world was still young? No one knows. The Shigir Idol endures as both artifact and mystery, a silent messenger from a vanished age. And as we move onward through the story of our past, it reminds us that the line dividing civilization from prehistory may be thinner and far more mysterious than we dare to believe. From the misty forests of the Urals and the haunting gaze of the Shigir Idol, our path now turns south, toward the sunlit waters of the Aegean Sea. Here, beneath the shimmering blue off the coast of a small Greek island called Antikythera, lies one of the most extraordinary discoveries in the history of archaeology. It was pulled from the depths over a century ago, encrusted with coral and time, and for decades it would remain a puzzle no one could solve. A relic so advanced, so impossibly intricate, that it would come to be known as the world's first computer. The story begins in the spring of 1900. A group of sponge divers, seeking refuge from a storm, dropped anchor near Antikythera's rugged cliffs. When they dove beneath the surface, they found themselves drifting through a graveyard of history. A Roman shipwreck scattered across the seafloor, its cargo frozen in silence. bronze statues, amphorae, marble sculptures, all remnants of a lost age. But among the debris, one diver found something else, a small, corroded lump of metal, broken and fused with rock. It seemed insignificant at first, hardly worth saving. Yet that single fragment would later transform our understanding of the ancient world. When the artifact reached the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, it lay unnoticed for 2 years. Then, in 1902, archaeologist Valerios Stais examined the lump under bright light and saw something impossible. Beneath the corrosion were tiny gears, delicate teeth, precisely cut, interlocking like the mechanism of a clock. No one could believe it. The artifact dated to around 100 BC, yet it displayed mechanical sophistication that shouldn't have existed for another 1,500 years. Today we call it the Antikythera Mechanism, a device made of bronze, originally housed in a wooden casing with more than 30 gears arranged in a complex network. When turned by hand, it could track the movements of the Sun, the Moon, and even the 5 known planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. It predicted eclipses, calculated the cycles of the Olympic Games, and modeled the very rhythm of the cosmos with astonishing accuracy. It was, in every sense, a machine of knowledge. How could such a device exist in the ancient world? Who built it, and why has nothing like it ever been found again? Mainstream historians attribute the mechanism to Greek scientists of the Hellenistic period, possibly connected to the school of Archimedes or the astronomer Hipparchus of Rhodes. Some believe it was crafted by a student of Archimedes himself, perhaps even designed using his lost writings. In this view, the mechanism represents the pinnacle of ancient Greek engineering, a moment when science and art briefly converged to model the heavens in brass and gear. But the problem is not who could have built it, it's how. The technology required to cut gears with such precision was thought to be centuries beyond the reach of the ancients. Until the rediscovery of the Antikythera mechanism, the earliest known gear-driven devices came from the Middle Ages, more than a millennium later. And yet, here was something far older, displaying a mastery of mechanics and mathematics that seemed to leap across time itself. Modern imaging techniques have revealed inscriptions on the device's surface, faint Greek letters describing planetary motions, eclipse cycles, and lunar phases. These texts confirm that the mechanism was indeed an astronomical instrument, capable of modeling celestial events with mathematical elegance. But even as researchers reconstruct its functions, one question continues to haunt the study. Where did this knowledge come from? Was the mechanism the creation of a single genius, an isolated invention lost at sea before it could change the world? Or was it part of a broader tradition, evidence of a technological lineage we have yet to uncover? Some theorists have speculated that the mechanism was merely one of many such devices, built for scholars, navigators, or even priests who sought to align earthly life with celestial order. If so, then where are the others? Not one similar mechanism has ever been found, despite centuries of searching through Greek and Roman artifacts. It's as if the knowledge that birthed it appeared suddenly, and then vanished without a trace. Others see deeper implications. They argue that the Antikythera mechanism hints at a forgotten age of science, perhaps an earlier civilization whose technological reach extended far beyond what history records. Could the Greeks have inherited fragments of knowledge from a culture now lost to time, one that understood the geometry of the heavens, the harmonies of motion, and the mechanics of the universe in ways we are only now beginning to rediscover? More speculative voices have gone further still, suggesting that the mechanism might be the remnant of a much older global understanding, one stretching back before recorded civilization, connecting disparate cultures through shared scientific wisdom. The precision of the gears, they say, is not merely mechanical. It reflects a worldview of order and design, as though the maker sought to encode the cosmos itself into metal. Yet even within the boundaries of accepted history, the Antikythera Mechanism remains extraordinary. It reveals that the ancients were not merely dreamers gazing at the stars, but engineers who sought to simulate them, to capture the clockwork of creation in their hands. It forces us to confront a humbling truth. The ancients may have known far more about the structure of the universe than we once believed. Today, the surviving fragments of the mechanism rest in a glass case in Athens, fragile and dark, the green patina of time concealing what was once golden and gleaming. Using X-rays and 3D scans, scientists have digitally reconstructed much of its form, a network of dials, pointers, and inscriptions. When reimagined, it looks almost modern, its face crowded with circles and indicators like the dashboard of a spacecraft. And yet it was built 2,000 years ago by human hands that worked bronze instead of silicon. As visitors stand before it, they often find themselves caught between admiration and disbelief. The mechanism feels both alien and familiar, a relic from a civilization that should not have been able to build it, yet somehow did. How many other inventions like this were lost to war, fire, or the sea? What knowledge might have existed, only to be buried with its creators, waiting for chance to reveal it again? The Antikythera Mechanism is not merely an artifact. It is a question cast in metal, a reminder that progress is not always linear, and that sometimes history hides more than it reveals. Beneath the weight of centuries, this corroded machine still whispers of a time when the stars were measured by gears and genius, and when the boundary between myth and science was far thinner than we dare imagine. From the corroded gears of the Antikythera Mechanism, which mirrored the heavens in bronze, our journey now returns to the earth. Though here, the mystery stretches not upward, but outward. Across a vast desert plain in southern Peru, where rain almost never falls and the horizon blurs into an endless haze of ochre and wind, lies one of the most baffling creations of the ancient world. Etched into the desert floor, spanning miles upon miles of barren land, are hundreds of enormous drawings, lines, spirals, and figures so vast they can only be fully seen from the sky. This is the Nazca Desert, and these are the Nazca Lines, a message carved into the skin of the earth itself. From above, the desert transforms into a silent gallery. A monkey with a coiled tail, a hummingbird with wings outstretched, a spider stretching across the sand, a giant human-like figure gazing skyward. Some are perfectly geometric, straight lines running for kilometers without deviation, or massive trapezoids and spirals that seem drawn with mechanical precision. Others are biological, curving, and organic, like sketches from an unseen artist's hand. They were first brought to the world's attention in the 1920s when commercial aircraft began flying over the region. Pilots were astonished to see vast images sprawled across the desert below, invisible from the ground, yet unmistakable from the air. Since then, scientists, historians, and dreamers alike have tried to explain how and why they were made. Archaeologists agree on at least one fact. The Nazca Lines were created by removing the top layer of dark, oxidized pebbles to expose the lighter soil beneath. The dry, windless climate preserved them for centuries. Radiocarbon dating suggests most were made between 500 BC and 500 AD, during the rise of the Nazca culture. But understanding how they were made is far simpler than understanding why. At ground level, the lines are almost imperceptible. Just shallow trenches, some only a few inches deep. To walk among them is to see nothing but scattered rocks and pale dust. Yet from hundreds of feet above, they form perfect shapes, their proportions astonishingly accurate. Without the ability to fly, how did the Nazca people design such massive images? Mainstream theories suggest careful planning and ground-based surveying techniques. Stakes and ropes could have been used to scale up smaller drawings, allowing artists to walk their designs into the earth with mathematical precision. Archaeologists have even replicated this process, demonstrating that large geoglyphs can indeed be drawn without aerial perspective. If one possesses patience, coordination, and a sense of geometry far beyond the ordinary. Still, the scale of the work remains staggering. Some lines stretch over 6 miles. Others intersect at complex angles, as if forming part of a grander, unseen pattern. Creating them would have required not only skill but purpose, a collective reason to carve such immense symbols into a desert where almost no one could view them in their entirety. So what was their purpose? For decades, scholars have proposed a range of explanations. Some believe the lines were ritual pathways, ceremonial routes walked by priests during processions to honor deities or summon rain. Others think they formed part of an astronomical calendar, aligning with the sun, moon, and certain stars, used to mark solstices and agricultural cycles. The Nazca people depended on scarce water sources. Perhaps the lines, in their simplicity and beauty, were prayers carved into the earth itself, a dialogue between humanity and the heavens. But not all the lines align with celestial bodies. Some point toward mountains, rivers, or ancient aquifers, suggesting a connection to water, the single most precious resource in the desert. Could they have functioned as markers, guiding the way to subterranean channels that still run beneath the earth today? Then there are the more speculative interpretations. In the 1960s, the German researcher Maria Rica devoted her life to studying the lines, mapping their patterns and arguing for their astronomical significance. She spent over 40 years in the desert, defending the idea that they represented a vast celestial calendar, a message of harmony between the Nazca and the cosmos. Others, however, saw something different. The sheer visibility of the lines from the sky led some to suggest they might have been intended for the sky. Theorists began to wonder, could they have been landing markers or signal patterns for something or someone above? The ancient astronaut hypothesis, popularized in the latter half of the 20th century, proposed that the Nazca Lines were created as messages to visiting beings from the stars, perhaps even landing strips for their craft. To mainstream science, these ideas remain unproven. Yet the allure of the mystery, the sheer scale, precision, and otherworldly visibility, continues to invite imagination. Even today, the desert holds surprises. New geoglyphs are still being discovered, revealed by drones and satellite imagery. Many are smaller, simpler, hidden on slopes or ridges, suggesting that the Nazca tradition may have evolved over centuries, its meanings shifting with time. Some depict unfamiliar creatures, a humanoid with exaggerated eyes, a bird unlike any found in the region, and even patterns resembling constellations. Why these symbols? Why this place? Perhaps the Nazca were reaching for something eternal, to communicate with their gods through geometry, to ensure fertility and survival in a landscape that offered so little mercy. Perhaps the lines are expressions of devotion, not designed to be seen, but to be felt. Acts of faith traced across the desert in hopes that the heavens would take notice. Standing atop the desert plateau, the silence is almost overwhelming. The air is dry, the ground unyielding, and yet the sense of presence is unmistakable. The lines stretch endlessly in every direction, vanishing into the horizon like thoughts reaching toward infinity. In that stillness, it's easy to imagine ancient priests walking barefoot along these lines, chanting to invisible gods under the glare of a merciless sun. And it is here, perhaps, that the true mystery of Nazca lies. Not in who made the lines or how, but in why humans have always sought to leave messages for the sky. Whether through temples of stone, machines of bronze or symbols carved into the desert floor, our ancestors seemed united by a single impulse: to be seen, to be understood, to bridge the silence between Earth and the unknown. As dusk falls and the desert turns red under the dying light, the Nazca Lines remain as they have for 2,000 years, quiet, eternal, and unexplained. Were they prayers, maps, messages, or something far beyond our current understanding? No matter the answer, they endure as one of the greatest riddles carved into the face of our planet, a reminder that even in the emptiest places on Earth, the human desire to reach beyond the horizon never fades. From the dry plateaus of Nazca, where vast symbols stretch across the Peruvian desert, our journey now drifts eastward, across the Pacific Ocean, to a place where another enigma lies hidden, not in the sands, but beneath the sea. Just off the coast of Yonaguni, the westernmost island of Japan, there is a world that defies easy explanation, a labyrinth of terraces, steps, and stone corridors submerged in clear blue water. The sea here is gentle and bright, yet within its depths rests a structure so immense, so hauntingly precise, that it continues to divide archaeologists, geologists, and historians to this day. This is the Yonaguni Monument. Discovered in 1986 by a local diver searching for hammerhead sharks, the site was at first just a curiosity, an oddly shaped formation beneath the waves. But as the diver swam closer, the shape revealed itself: enormous platforms of sandstone, rising like the remains of a forgotten city. Wide staircases descended into the ocean floor. Angular terraces cut across each other in perfect alignment. Massive, flat surfaces met at right angles, their edges crisp and deliberate, as if shaped by design rather than time. The monument lies about 80 feet below the surface, stretching roughly 500 feet long and 250 feet wide, an underwater complex that, if artificial, would rank among the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever made. To those who have seen it, Yonaguni feels less like a ruin and more like a dream, a memory of something ancient, drowned long before history began. The first to bring serious attention to the site was Professor Masaaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus. After years of diving and mapping the formation, Kimura proposed that it was not a natural rock structure at all, but the remains of a lost civilization, perhaps Japan's own Atlantis. He noted straight walls, sharp angles, and what appeared to be carved stairways and pillars. Some formations even resembled monuments: a large, flat-topped platform like an altar, a towering block dubbed the Turtle, and a sprawling network of roads and courtyards that seemed too organized to be the work of erosion. Kimura believed the monument dated back over 10,000 years, to a time when the sea level was far lower, perhaps even before the end of the last ice age. If true, this would mean the Yonaguni structure predates all known civilizations, existing at a time when, according to conventional history, humans were still hunter-gatherers. Yet, not everyone agrees. Many geologists argue that the formation is entirely natural. They point to the local sandstone, known to fracture along clean geometric lines due to tectonic stress and erosion. In this view, Yonaguni is an example of nature's capacity for symmetry, a geological coincidence sculpted by currents, earthquakes, and time. But even this explanation raises its own mysteries. Why do so many of the cuts appear at perfect 90-degree angles? Why do some surfaces bear what look like tool marks or carvings? And why do certain stair-like structures rise with steps so uniform that divers can ascend them as if walking through the remains of a sunken temple? As with many great archaeological enigmas, the truth seems to lie somewhere between certainty and wonder. Supporters of the artificial origin theory note features that appear distinctly human in design. One section of the site contains a large rectangular platform resembling a plaza. Another has an arrangement of upright stones reminiscent of gateposts. A long trench, running parallel to the main structure, looks strikingly like a road or channel. And then there are the peculiar symbols, faint, eroded carvings that some claim resemble animals or geometric shapes, their meaning lost beneath the tides. Could Yonaguni have been part of a prehistoric city, an advanced culture swallowed by the sea as ice melted and the oceans rose? If so, who were these people? And how could such a civilization have existed at a time when recorded history had yet to begin? Some fringe researchers connect Yonaguni to global flood myths, stories that appear in nearly every ancient culture. They suggest it might have been part of the fabled continent of Mu, a supposed Pacific civilization said to have vanished in a cataclysm thousands of years ago. Others believe it could be a remnant of an unknown culture from the end of the Pleistocene, a time of massive geological upheaval when coastlines shifted dramatically. Mainstream science remains cautious. While most accept that sea levels did rise roughly 400 feet at the end of the last ice age, they see no evidence that complex civilizations existed so early. To them, Yonaguni remains a natural wonder, an extraordinary geological formation that happens to mimic the order of human design. Still, those who have dived among its silent corridors often speak differently. They describe the eerie sense of scale, the feeling of swimming through architecture, the precision of the lines, the steps, the terraces that seem built for a purpose long forgotten. Even skeptics admit the site evokes an uncanny beauty, as though nature herself had conspired to create a monument to mystery. Satellite mapping and sonar scans have revealed more structures nearby, smaller formations with similar angular features. Are they extensions of the same complex, or simply coincidences of geology? No one knows for sure. What is certain is that the Yonaguni Monument has ignited a global fascination with the idea that human history may be older and more complex than we imagine. Perhaps the debate endures because Yonaguni sits at the intersection of two great human desires, the search for knowledge and the longing for lost worlds. Whether natural or man-made, it stirs something deep within us, the suspicion that our past holds chapters not yet read, civilizations erased not by time alone, but by the sea itself. As the currents flow softly over the stone, scattering clouds of sand, the monument remains silent. Fish weave between the steps, coral grows along the edges, and shafts of light drift through the water like memory. Standing there, surrounded by the stillness of the deep, one cannot help but wonder, was this truly nature's design, or the last echo of a world drowned by its own forgotten history? The answer lies somewhere beneath the waves, buried in the meeting place between myth and geology, waiting, perhaps forever, for humanity to descend far enough and listen long enough to hear the truth. From the sunken terraces of Yonaguni, where stone and sea blur the boundary between nature and civilization, we travel north, back to the rolling hills of southern England. Here, where the wind sweeps across green meadows and chalk cliffs, another ancient mystery stretches silently across the earth. It is not buried in sand, nor lost beneath the waves. Instead, it gleams openly on the hillside, as though meant to be seen for miles around, yet its true meaning has eluded us for thousands of years. Etched into the slope of White Horse Hill in Oxfordshire lies a colossal figure, sleek, abstract, and unmistakably alive. Its long, flowing body and stretched limbs curve gracefully across the land, forming what appears to be a running horse. This is the Uffington White Horse, one of the oldest and most enigmatic landmarks in Britain. At over 350 feet long, the figure was carved directly into the chalk of the hillside, its bright white lines shining in stark contrast against the green grass. From the ground, it feels immense, almost too large to comprehend. Yet from above, from the air or the distant ridge, it takes shape with perfect clarity, like a message written to the heavens. The horse has watched over this landscape for nearly 3,000 years. Archaeologists have dated it to around 1000 BC, placing its creation in the late Bronze Age or early Iron Age. It predates the Roman invasion, the Saxon kingdoms, and even Stonehenge's final standing centuries. And yet, its form remains astonishingly well preserved, thanks to generations of local people who have tended it, scraping and re-chalking the figure to keep it visible. But despite its endurance, its purpose remains a mystery. Was it a symbol of a tribe or an ancient kingdom? A guardian spirit carved to watch over the valley? Or a sacred offering to the gods of sky and fertility, etched into the earth so that they might see it from above? Mainstream scholars suggest that the horse likely had a religious or cultural significance, perhaps connected to a Celtic deity. Horses, after all, were sacred in many ancient European traditions, associated with the sun, movement, and rebirth. The Uffington figure may have represented a divine protector, guiding travelers along the ancient ridgeway path that passes nearby. Others believe it marked territory, serving as a declaration of identity, a great tribal insignia visible from afar. Yet, there are features that make the Uffington horse different from other hill figures found in England. Its design is not realistic but stylized, almost geometric, composed of long fluid lines that resemble art found on early Celtic coins and pottery. The body seems to ripple with motion, as if the creature is running eternally across the landscape. This stylization suggests that whoever carved it possessed not only technical skill, but an artistic vision, an understanding of abstraction rarely seen in prehistoric art. Beneath the horse lies another mystery, a series of ancient earthworks and burial mounds, including the Iron Age hill fort known as Uffington Castle. Could the horse have been part of a larger ceremonial complex? A sacred symbol meant to protect the fort or honor those buried within it? Local folklore adds another layer of intrigue. Some tales claim the horse marks the resting place of a slain dragon, its body turning to chalk over time. Others say it commemorates the victory of a legendary king, perhaps the mythical St. George, who is said to have fought a serpent on this very hill. There are even whispers that the figure once depicted something else entirely, not a horse, but a great serpent or dragon itself, reshaped by later generations. But perhaps the most enduring mystery lies in how the horse has survived for so long. The chalk lines must be regularly cleared of encroaching grass to remain visible, a task that would have required ongoing dedication across centuries. And yet, through war, famine, and the passage of entire civilizations, the horse has never been forgotten. It has been re-chalked again and again, from the Iron Age through the Middle Ages into the modern era. What belief, what unbroken chain of reverence could inspire such devotion? Some have speculated that the horse may align with celestial patterns, its orientation perhaps chosen to match the rising of the sun during certain seasons, or to echo constellations once sacred to the people who carved it. Others wonder if the figure was intended to be seen not by humans, but by the gods themselves. A vast offering drawn on the Earth's surface, visible only from the heavens. In recent years, new technologies such as aerial surveys and LiDAR scanning have provided more detail about the surrounding landscape, revealing faint traces of other markings and ancient pathways leading toward the hill. Yet none of these discoveries have brought us closer to understanding why the horse was made. Like so many ancient works, it seems to exist beyond explanation, part symbol, part mystery, part memory carved into the bones of the earth. Standing on the ridge above, the wind cuts sharp and clean across the valley. The white figure gleams beneath you, silent and still, yet full of motion. From this vantage point, you can almost imagine the people who first made it, gathered with tools of bone and stone, scraping away the earth, shaping a symbol whose meaning only they understood. Was it an act of worship? A plea for favor from the gods? or perhaps a message left for those who would come long after to remind us that beauty, meaning, and mystery are as ancient as humanity itself. The Uffington White Horse endures as a paradox, both familiar and unknowable. It has stood against time, its white lines glowing through millennia of rain and wind, carrying forward a voice we can no longer hear. And as the sun sets across the rolling fields, casting long shadows over the chalk, one can't help but feel that somewhere beneath the silence, the earth itself remembers what we have forgotten. From the windswept hills of southern England, where the chalk figure of the Uffington White Horse runs eternally across the land, our path now turns east, toward the ancient cradle of civilization. There, in the arid plains of southeastern Turkey, lies a hill that once seemed ordinary. To the untrained eye, it was just another mound of earth and stone, rising quietly above the horizon. But beneath that hill, beneath layers of soil, time, and silence, rested something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about the dawn of humanity. This is Gobekli Tepe. Perched on a limestone plateau near the city of Şanlıurfa, Gobekli Tepe reveals itself like a dream from another world. The ground is carved with massive circular enclosures, each containing towering pillars of stone arranged with uncanny precision. Some stand over 16 feet tall and weigh more than 20 tons. Their surfaces are decorated with intricate carvings: foxes, snakes, scorpions, vultures, and abstract symbols that seem to pulse with forgotten meaning. The first excavations began in the mid-1990s, led by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt. What he uncovered would rewrite the story of civilization. Radiocarbon dating placed Gobekli Tepe at around 9,600 BC, over 11,000 years old. That makes it at least 6,000 years older than Stonehenge, and nearly 7,000 years older than the Egyptian pyramids. It was built at a time when, according to the textbooks, humans were still nomadic hunters and gatherers, long before the rise of agriculture or cities. And yet, here stood monumental architecture, planned, aligned, and constructed with the sophistication of a civilization that, officially, did not exist. How could such a site have been built by people who had no metal, no writing, and no evidence of organized agriculture? How did they quarry, shape, and transport the massive stones using only primitive tools? And, perhaps most puzzling of all, why did they build it? Mainstream archaeology suggests that Gobekli Tepe was a temple, a ceremonial center where scattered groups of hunter-gatherers came together to worship or perform rituals. The carvings of animals and symbols, some say, represent the spiritual life of early humans, a shared mythology that united them long before nations or kings. In this view, Gobekli Tepe marks the first spark of organized religion, the moment when humanity began to look upward, to reach beyond survival and into meaning. But the site defies easy categorization. There are no signs of permanent dwellings nearby, no evidence of cooking or daily life within the main enclosures. It seems to have been built for ceremony, and then deliberately buried under tons of earth and debris. Who would have buried such a masterpiece, and for what purpose? Some scholars believe the burial was intentional, a way to preserve the sacred site for future generations. Others think it marked the end of an era, a ritual closing of a chapter in human history. Whatever the reason, the act of burial helped protect the site for over 10 millennia, leaving its mysteries intact. The carvings, too, provoke endless debate. They depict a world both familiar and strange, animals from the surrounding region mixed with abstract symbols that seem almost linguistic. Some panels show scenes of danger and predation, others patterns so precise they appear mathematical. A few researchers have even suggested that the carvings record astronomical events, perhaps a comet strike or celestial alignment that marked a turning point for early humanity. Then there is the question of its builders. Could small bands of hunter-gatherers truly have organized the labor, engineering, and logistics required to raise stones of this magnitude? Or does Gobekli Tepe hint at a forgotten chapter of human history, one in which a more advanced culture, now lost to time, shared its knowledge with the world's earliest societies? Fringe theories abound. Some claim Gobekli Tepe was a remnant of a civilization that existed before the Great Flood, a place of refuge for survivors of an ancient cataclysm. Others point to the site's sudden appearance and disappearance, its intricate symbolism, and its astronomical precision as evidence of knowledge passed down from a pre-Diluvian age, perhaps even the fabled civilization of Atlantis. While mainstream archaeology rejects such claims, the enigma remains. Because Gobekli Tepe is more than a site, it is a contradiction. It suggests that religion, art, and complex social organization did not follow agriculture but preceded it. It inverts the timeline of human progress, implying that belief, the need to create meaning, may have been the foundation upon which civilization itself was built. Perhaps the people who carved these stones gathered seasonally, not merely to survive, but to celebrate. Perhaps, in coming together to build something greater than themselves, they forged the very social bonds that would give rise to villages, then cities, and eventually nations. In this light, Gobekli Tepe becomes not just an archaeological wonder, but the birthplace of humanity's shared imagination. Yet, for all its revelations, Gobekli Tepe still guards its secrets. Beneath the surface, more than 90% of the site remains unexcavated. Ground-penetrating radar reveals that dozens of additional enclosures lie buried under the hill, larger, deeper, and possibly older than those already unearthed. What might be waiting there? More carvings? A temple layout unlike any we've seen? Or something that challenges our understanding of the human past even further? As night falls over the Anatolian plateau, the wind sweeps across the stones, whispering through the hollows where ancient hands once carved living rock. The stars above, bright, cold, eternal, mirror the carvings below, as if the builders of Gobekli Tepe were trying to connect earth and sky, humanity and the divine. Who were they? What drove them to carve their vision into the stone? And why did they choose to hide it from the world, sealing it beneath the soil before vanishing into history? Gobekli Tepe stands as both question and monument, a reminder that civilization's roots may run far deeper than we dare to imagine, buried not only beneath the earth, but within the very beginnings of what it means to be human. From the windswept hills of southeastern Turkey, where the silent pillars of Gobekli Tepe rise out of the earth like memories of a forgotten civilization, our journey now crosses oceans into the lush, humid jungles of Central America. Here, in the verdant landscapes of Costa Rica, surrounded by dense rainforests and winding rivers, lies another mystery. But unlike Gobekli Tepe's towering stones, this enigma is defined not by height, but by perfection. Smooth, spherical shapes scattered across the land like remnants of an ancient design. They are known simply as the stone spheres of Costa Rica. Hundreds of them have been found, some small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, others massive, weighing up to 16 tons and measuring over 2 meters in diameter. Their surfaces are almost flawlessly round, their symmetry precise beyond what seems possible for a civilization without advanced tools. Even today, under the dappled sunlight of the jungle, they gleam faintly where the moss has been cleared away, as if time itself cannot dull their craftsmanship. The spheres were first rediscovered in the 1930s, when workers clearing banana plantations for the United Fruit Company stumbled upon them buried in the soil. As the machines pushed forward, they struck stone after stone, each one round, deliberate, and placed seemingly at random across the land. Some were found clustered together in geometric arrangements, others lined up in straight paths or forming perfect triangles, But no written record, no legend, and no explanation accompanied them. Archaeologists trace their origins to the pre-Columbian Diki culture, which flourished in the region between 700 and 1500 AD. Yet even with this connection, the true purpose of the spheres remains elusive. The Diki left no written language, and much of their ceremonial architecture was lost beneath centuries of vegetation and modern development. What remains are the stones, silent, immovable, and unyielding in their mystery. The precision of their shaping is what first captured the world's attention. Each sphere was carved from solid stone, mainly gabbro, a coarse-grained volcanic rock, as well as limestone and sandstone in some cases. The nearest known source of gabbro lies miles away from where many of the spheres were found, meaning that ancient artisans had to transport the massive stones across rivers and uneven terrain with no evidence of wheels or beasts of burden. How did they achieve such perfection with the tools available to them? Archaeologists have proposed that the stones were shaped through a slow process of pecking and grinding with smaller rocks, combined with heat from controlled fires and cooling water to smooth the surface. But even this explanation struggles to account for their near-perfect roundness. Laser measurements taken of some spheres reveal deviations of less than a millimeter, a level of accuracy that rivals modern machining. So the question remains, what purpose did they serve? Some scholars suggest they marked the homes or burial sites of tribal chiefs, symbols of status or power. Others believe they were astronomical markers, aligned with celestial events or used to track the movement of the sun and stars. Certain alignments appear to point toward solstices and equinoxes, though no consensus has been reached. A few have been found near the remains of ancient settlements, suggesting they may have defined sacred or political boundaries. A stone language written across the landscape. And yet, the deeper one looks, the more ambiguous the evidence becomes. Many spheres were displaced long ago, rolled, moved, or even dynamited by treasure hunters convinced that gold or relics were hidden inside. The damage destroyed much of the context that could have revealed their meaning. What remains are clues, clusters of stones that once formed deliberate patterns, now disrupted by time and human interference. In the absence of clear evidence, the imagination has stepped in to fill the void. Some theories link the spheres to lost civilizations, perhaps remnants of an advanced culture that existed long before the Diki, one whose knowledge of geometry and stonework was passed down or inherited. Others draw parallels to similar artifacts found elsewhere in the world. Mysterious stone balls unearthed in Bosnia, Scotland, and even New Zealand, suggesting a global tradition or a shared ancient understanding of sacred geometry. There are also those who see something cosmic in their design. To them, the spheres may represent the sun, the moon, or the celestial order itself, perfect forms embodying harmony between the heavens and the earth. Their deliberate placement across the terrain could have mapped constellations or served as a ceremonial reflection of the sky above. Even more speculative ideas propose that the spheres were used in rituals involving sound or vibration, that their size, spacing, and placement may have created resonant frequencies during ceremonies, turning the landscape itself into an instrument of worship. Such notions remain untested, but they speak to a broader truth. The mystery of the spheres lies not only in their form, but in the imagination they awaken. In 2014, UNESCO recognized the stone spheres of the Dikis as a World Heritage Site, acknowledging both their archaeological significance and their profound cultural mystery. Today, visitors who walk among them often describe a sense of stillness, a quiet weight that seems to press from the past. The air is thick with humidity, the scent of wet earth and vegetation, and through it all, the spheres stand motionless, half hidden by grass and shadow. What did the ancient builders see when they looked upon these stones? Did they see symbols of the cosmos, guardians of the dead, or simply the perfection of form, a human tribute to the circle, the shape without beginning or end? No one knows for certain. Perhaps the answer is buried deeper still, beneath the soil and roots of the Costa Rican jungle. Or perhaps the truth was never meant to be uncovered at all, only contemplated, as the builders intended, in silent awe. As the sun sets and the forest begins to hum with the voices of insects and night birds, the spheres fade back into shadow. They do not speak, yet their silence feels deliberate, as though they are keeping a secret too old for words. And once again we are left to wonder, what do they mean? Who made them? And what message, if any, did they hope would endure when all else was gone? In the heart of the jungle, the stone spheres of Costa Rica remain as they have for centuries, perfect, immovable, and enigmatic, reminders that even in the most remote corners of our world, the past continues to whisper in forms we have yet to understand. From the humid jungles of Costa Rica, where perfect stone spheres rest silently in the earth, our journey now turns across the ocean, toward a small island in the heart of the Mediterranean. Here, beneath the quiet streets of Paola, Malta, lies a structure unlike anything else on Earth. Hidden deep underground, carved entirely by human hands into the island's limestone bedrock, it is both a temple and a tomb, a place of echoes, shadows, and ancient silence. This is the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni, a labyrinth of chambers that seems to defy the limits of its age. At first glance, the entrance is unremarkable, a narrow stone passage leading beneath a modern neighborhood. But as you descend, the air grows colder, the light dimmer, until you enter a world that feels entirely separate from the one above. The walls here breathe with time, curved and polished, their ochre surfaces marked by spirals, circles, and delicate red ochre paintings that have endured for millennia. Archaeologists date the Hypogeum to around 4000 BC, making it over 6,000 years old, older than the pyramids of Egypt, older than Stonehenge. It was discovered by chance in 1902, when construction workers digging foundations broke through the ceiling of one of its upper chambers. What they found beneath was beyond comprehension, an immense, multi-level underground complex extending more than 30 feet below the surface, covering over 500 square meters and containing thousands of human remains. No other structure of this scale and sophistication exists from its time. The Hypogeum, its name meaning underground chamber in Greek, is a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering. Its walls and ceilings are carved with astonishing precision, forming sweeping curves and perfect arches that mimic the style of temples built above ground. In some places, the stone has been smoothed to near perfection, as if polished by machines. The chambers are arranged in layers, each with its own purpose, its own energy. The upper level appears functional, perhaps used for initial rituals or burials. The middle level, however, is far more elaborate. Here, the so-called oracle room stands out. A small, resonant chamber with a carved recess that amplifies sound in a way that defies explanation. Even a whisper inside produces a deep, harmonic vibration that can be felt through the stone itself. Modern acousticians have tested the room and found that it naturally resonates at around 110 Hz, a frequency that interacts uniquely with the human voice, creating a deep trance-like effect. Was this intentional? Many believe it was. The builders of the Hypogeum may have understood something about sound that we have since forgotten, its ability to alter perception, to induce states of meditation or spiritual experience. Perhaps ceremonies here involved chanting or music designed to connect worshippers to something greater, something beyond the physical world. But the Hypogeum holds deeper mysteries still. Within its chambers, archaeologists found the bones of over 7,000 individuals, men, women, and children, placed with care in alcoves and niches. Among them were small figures carved from stone, statues of sleeping women, their bodies curled and peaceful, like guardians of the underworld. The most famous of these, the Sleeping Lady, rests today in Malta's National Museum. She seems serene, almost alive, as if dreaming eternally beneath the island that birthed her. What was this place? A necropolis, a temple, or both? Mainstream scholars interpret it as a sanctuary of death and rebirth, a site where early Maltese people communed with their ancestors and performed rituals of passage. But certain features suggest something more complex. The precision of the architecture, the acoustic design, and the sheer labor required to excavate such a structure, without metal tools or advanced technology, have all raised questions that archaeology cannot yet answer. Some researchers have noted that parts of the Hypogeum appear to have been carved, as if the builders were shaping not just space, but sound. In the oracle room, certain patterns on the walls seem designed to focus vibration, like primitive sound reflectors. When tested, the resonance can affect not only the chamber, but the entire underground network, sending deep, pulsing tones through the rock itself. Could this have been a form of ancient technology? The idea may sound far-fetched, but the evidence of intentional acoustics is undeniable. Ancient cultures across the world, Egyptians, Greeks, and even pre-Columbian civilizations, built temples that resonated at specific frequencies. Was the Hypogeum part of this global pattern? A prehistoric understanding of sound as a bridge between worlds? Then there are the stranger accounts. In the early years following its discovery, stories emerged of explorers who entered the Hypogeum and did not return. Newspaper archives from the early 20th century mention missing workers and even children who vanished after wandering too far into the tunnels. Later, rumors circulated that parts of the complex extended deeper than anyone realized, through sealed corridors that may lead beneath the entire island. Officially, these claims remain unverified. The lower chambers of the Hypogeum are restricted today, not only to protect the fragile environment, but because parts of the structure remain unstable and possibly unexplored. Still, one can't help but wonder, how deep does the Hypogeum truly go? Some fringe theorists have suggested that the complex predates the Maltese civilization altogether, that it may have been built by an unknown culture thousands of years earlier, later adopted by the island's early inhabitants. They point to the smoothness of the stone, the precision of the cuts, and the acoustic resonance as evidence of an advanced understanding, one that seems out of place for its time. Others go further still, connecting the Hypogeum to global myths of subterranean civilizations or ancient cataclysms. But even without speculation, the Hypogeum remains profoundly mysterious. It is a place that seems designed not merely to contain the dead, but to speak to the living, to echo their voices, their prayers, their fears. Its architecture feels less like construction and more like orchestration, as though every surface, every chamber, and every curve was meant to guide the soul through an unseen journey. Standing in the oracle room, a single voice can fill the air with vibration. The sound lingers, weaving through the passageways, resonating off the ancient walls, as if awakening the whispers of those who once filled these halls. What message did the builders intend to send? What force were they seeking to commune with in the dark, resonant depths below the earth? Perhaps the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni is not merely an archaeological site, but a reminder, a testament to the human instinct to reach beyond mortality, to carve eternity into stone. And as the lights dim and the chambers fade once more into shadow, one can almost feel that something still listens in the silence below Malta, waiting perhaps for someone to ask the right question. From the echoing chambers of Malta's Hypogeum, where stone and sound intertwined in ancient ritual, our journey now drifts east, across the deserts of Mesopotamia, the land once known as the cradle of civilization. Here, among the ruins near modern-day Baghdad, archaeologists uncovered an artifact so ordinary in appearance, yet so confounding in purpose that it continues to defy easy explanation. It is small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, just a clay jar, weathered and simple. But inside it lies a mystery that has sparked debate for decades. It is known as the Baghdad Battery. The discovery was made in the 1930s during excavations in the village of Kujut Rabu, just outside Baghdad. Workers unearthed a collection of ancient terracotta jars, each about 6 inches tall, with a copper cylinder fitted snugly inside, and within that, an iron rod. The top of the jar was sealed with asphalt, protecting the components within. The object dated to around 200 BC during the Parthian period, though some believe it could be older, perhaps from the Sassanid or even Babylonian eras. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a curious container, but when researchers examined it more closely, they noticed something extraordinary. The design resembled the structure of a simple electric cell. The copper and iron, separated by a possible acidic liquid such as vinegar or wine, could theoretically generate an electrical current. Was this an ancient battery? If so, it would predate the modern discovery of electricity by nearly 2,000 years. The idea first gained traction in the 1940s when German archaeologist Wilhelm König, then curator of the National Museum of Iraq, proposed that the jars were indeed electrochemical devices. He theorized that they may have been used for electroplating, coating objects like jewelry or idols with thin layers of precious metal using electric current. His hypothesis, though bold, captured the imagination of scientists and the public alike. The possibility that ancient civilizations might have harnessed electricity long before Benjamin Franklin or Alessandro Volta seemed almost unthinkable. And yet, the evidence was there, tangible and real. Still, skepticism followed. Critics argued that there was no direct proof the jars were used as batteries. No wires, no conductors, no clear signs of electrical application were found nearby. Could the resemblance to a battery simply be coincidence? Perhaps the jars served a completely different purpose: storage for scrolls, sacred oils, or ritual offerings. Over the decades, experiments have shed light on both sides of the debate. Replicas of the Baghdad Battery have been built using copper, iron, and natural electrolytes such as lemon juice, vinegar, or grape juice. To the surprise of many, these reproductions consistently produce small electric charges, roughly 1 volt per cell. When connected in series, they can power a small light or cause a mild shock. The results proved one thing beyond doubt: the device could function as a battery. But whether it was intended to do so remains the greater mystery. If the ancient Mesopotamians truly understood electricity, what else might they have known? Could this have been a forgotten technology, one used not for light or power as we imagine today, but for ritual or symbolic purposes? Some researchers suggest that if the jars were used in temples, their faint current might have produced sensations, tingling or warmth, that could be interpreted as divine presence during ceremonies. Others speculate they might have been used in early forms of medical treatment, where mild electric shocks were believed to stimulate healing. There are even theories that connect the Baghdad Battery to the lost knowledge of earlier civilizations, hints of a technological understanding passed down through generations and eventually forgotten. In this light, the battery becomes not just an object, but a fragment of a greater story, a whisper from an age when science and spirituality were still one and the same. Of course, mainstream archaeology remains cautious. The prevailing view holds that the jars were likely used for simple storage, perhaps containing scrolls or sacred papyri rolled within the copper cylinder. Yet even those who reject the electrical theory admit that its design is strikingly unique among ancient artifacts. The combination of copper, iron, and an insulating seal suggests deliberate engineering, something more purposeful than coincidence. And then there's the question of context. The site of discovery, Kujut Rabu, was home to many Parthian artifacts, but none that hinted at complex technology. If these jars were truly batteries, where are the tools or devices they powered? Were they used individually, for brief rituals, or as part of a larger system that has long since vanished? In the absence of answers, speculation thrives. Some fringe theories imagine that the Baghdad Battery was one piece of a much larger technological puzzle, a remnant of an advanced knowledge lost to time, perhaps even inherited from a pre-Diluvian civilization. Others suggest that ancient artisans may have stumbled upon the principles of electricity by accident, using it practically without understanding the science behind it, just as early humans used fire long before they could explain combustion. Still, the mystery deepens with every rediscovery. During the Iraq War in 2003, the original Baghdad Battery, housed in the National Museum of Iraq, went missing during widespread looting. For years it was feared lost forever, an irreplaceable piece of history gone in the chaos of conflict. Later reports suggested it may have been recovered, though details remain unclear. The artifact's uncertain fate only adds to its myth, blurring the line between history and legend even further. Today, replicas stand in museums and laboratories around the world, silent testaments to the enigma that refuses to fade. Visitors peer at the small clay jars behind glass, often surprised at how unassuming they look. There are no inscriptions, no embellishments, just simple materials arranged in a way that feels too deliberate to dismiss, yet too ambiguous to define. So what was the Baghdad Battery? A coincidence of design? A symbolic object mistaken for technology? Or proof that ancient civilizations understood far more about the forces of nature than history gives them credit for? The answers may lie buried beneath the sands of Mesopotamia, waiting to be uncovered. Or perhaps they are already lost, erased by time and war. But even in its silence, the Baghdad Battery challenges us to reconsider what we think we know about the past. In its small, unassuming form, it carries a question that still hums quietly through the centuries. Was this the spark of ancient science, or the echo of something even older? From the dusty plains of Mesopotamia, where a clay jar may have once held the secret of electricity, our journey now moves north into the heart of ancient Europe. Among the remnants of the Roman Empire, scattered across what are now England, France, Germany, and beyond, archaeologists have uncovered an object unlike anything else from antiquity. It is small enough to hold in your hand, forged from bronze and shaped with impossible precision. A hollow geometric form, 12 faces, each pierced with a circular hole and small knobs rising from every corner. It is known simply as the Roman Dodecahedron. Over 100 of these objects have been discovered across Europe, yet no one knows what they were for. None are mentioned in surviving Roman texts. No illustrations, inscriptions, or records explain their function. They appear suddenly in the archaeological record during the 2nd or 3rd century AD, and then vanish just as mysteriously. At first glance, they seem mathematical, almost modern. Their symmetrical form and clean craftsmanship suggest purpose, precision, and intent. And yet, when unearthed, they are often found in ordinary contexts, fields, ruins, or burial sites. Some are perfectly preserved, others tarnished and bent by time. Each one measures differently, ranging from the size of a golf ball to that of a small grapefruit. No two are identical. What makes them so strange is not just their design, but their absence from history. The Romans were meticulous record keepers, documenting everything from architectural blueprints to recipes, military formations to religious rites. Yet, not a single document mentions these 12-sided objects. They exist outside the written world of Rome, silent and self-contained. Archaeologists have spent nearly 2 centuries trying to unravel their purpose. The earliest discoveries were dismissed as decorative trinkets or simple toys. But their intricate construction, perfect geometric balance, uniform knobs, and the varying diameters of the holes suggest something more deliberate. Some scholars believe they were tools. One popular theory proposes that they were used as measuring devices, perhaps for calculating distances or estimating projectile trajectories in warfare. Others suggest they were instruments of craftsmanship, gauges for calibrating metal rods or textiles. One particularly detailed hypothesis claims they were used in the weaving of gloves, the holes helping artisans measure yarn for fingers of precise length. But these explanations, while plausible, leave too many unanswered questions. Why are dodecahedrons found only in certain parts of the Roman Empire, primarily in northern and western provinces, far from the imperial heartlands of Italy and Greece? Why do they not appear in regions like North Africa or the Middle East, where Roman engineering was equally advanced? And if they were practical tools, why is there no record of their use? The patterns of discovery raise further mysteries. Many dodecahedrons have been found in graves, alongside coins and jewelry, suggesting they held ritual or symbolic value. Some have been found near temples or within hoards of offerings, leading others to suspect a religious purpose. Were they objects of divination, instruments of astronomy, or representations of cosmic order, models of the heavens cast in bronze? In ancient philosophy, the dodecahedron held deep meaning. Plato described it as the shape representing the universe, the fifth and final Platonic solid, symbolizing the cosmos itself. Could the Romans, inheriting Greek metaphysics, have created physical embodiments of this idea? Perhaps these were not tools of craft or war, but of contemplation, devices used in mystery schools, temples, or private rituals to symbolize the harmony of creation. Still, the practical mind resists mysticism. Experimental archaeologists have attempted to test the dodecahedron's properties, exploring whether they could have been candle holders, dice, or even astronomical sighting instruments. When placed before a light source, the holes project circular patterns, their alignment changing with angle and distance, leading some to speculate that they were used to measure the position of the sun or stars, or to track agricultural seasons. Others have noticed how comfortably the objects fit in the hand, how their shape feels designed to be held, turned, studied. Some believe they were teaching aids, used to demonstrate geometry or celestial motion, and yet every experiment seems to reveal something new while answering nothing at all. Then there are the fringe interpretations, theories that move beyond Rome's borders into the realm of forgotten civilizations. Some suggest that the dodecahedrons are remnants of a lost scientific knowledge, perhaps derived from pre-Roman or even prehistoric cultures. Others propose that they were energy conductors, devices of resonance or vibration, connected to a deeper understanding of physics that ancient people might have possessed. To mainstream archaeology, these ideas belong more to myth than science. But even within orthodox study, the enigma persists. The craftsmanship of the dodecahedrons reflects an understanding of geometry and metalwork that required both precision and intent. Whoever made them was not experimenting. They were following a design, one with meaning that time has erased. And perhaps that is what makes the Roman dodecahedron so haunting. It represents a perfect blend of science and mystery, an object that feels like it should be understood, yet refuses to yield its secret. Unlike colossal monuments or buried temples, it offers no grandeur to distract us, only quiet perfection, the kind that demands thought rather than awe. Imagine a Roman craftsman at his forge, carefully casting the bronze, polishing the surfaces, fitting the knobs, boring the holes. Imagine him holding the finished piece in his hands, not as a mere ornament, but as something meaningful, something precise. What did he see when he looked at it? A tool? A symbol? A key? Today, the dodecahedrons rest in museum cases across Europe, small, gleaming enigmas from a world we thought we understood. Visitors lean close, trying to guess their purpose, their fingers itching to hold them, to feel the weight of their symmetry. But the bronze remains silent, as if guarding the memory of a knowledge lost to time. Could these objects have carried messages, not in words, but in form? Could their geometry have encoded something sacred, something once known and now forgotten? No one can say for certain. Like so many artifacts of the ancient world, the Roman dodecahedrons remind us that history is not a straight line of progress, but a landscape filled with gaps, moments of brilliance and mystery that flicker, then disappear. And in those hollow bronze shapes, balanced between mathematics and myth, we are left to wonder. Were these tools of the earth or instruments of the stars? From the quiet museums of Europe, where bronze dodecahedrons rest behind glass like riddles in metal, our path now returns to the cradle of recorded history, the land between two rivers, where writing itself was born. Here, in the fertile plains of ancient Mesopotamia, archaeologists uncovered a relic not of stone or metal, but of words, etched meticulously into clay thousands of years ago. It is a record of kings, empires, and reigns that stretch beyond reason, a document that tells a story of power that begins not in history, but in myth. It is known as the Sumerian King List. When it was first discovered in the early 20th century, on broken cuneiform tablets found near the ruins of ancient Sumerian cities such as Nippur and Larsa, researchers thought it was simply a royal chronicle. But as they began to decipher the text, they realized this was something entirely different. The King List is a catalog of rulers who governed the cities of Sumer, one after another, across an immense span of time. It begins in the distant past, long before the known rise of civilization, and claims that kingship itself was a gift from the heavens, bestowed upon humanity at the dawn of order. The first lines read, "When kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was in Eridu." From there, the list continues with the names of ancient rulers and the years of their reigns. But these were no ordinary reigns. Some kings, the tablets claim, ruled for hundreds of years, others for thousands. One name, Alulim of Eridu, is said to have ruled for 28,800 years. Another, Alaljar, for 36,000. And so it goes, line after line, city after city, until finally, the record declares that a great flood swept over the land, ending that world of impossibly long-lived kings. Only after the flood did the reigns begin to resemble human lifespans. Kings ruled for decades, not millennia. The divine had yielded to the mortal. Was this poetic myth, or an encoded memory of something more? Mainstream historians see the King List as a blend of legend and historical record, an early attempt to connect human governance with divine legitimacy. The exaggerated lifespans, they argue, represent mythic grandeur rather than literal chronology, just as in other ancient traditions, where gods and demigods once ruled before humankind. The Sumerians may have sought to bridge the sacred with the real, tracing their origins back to the realm of the divine. Yet, the King List is more than mythology. Parts of it align strikingly with other Sumerian and Akkadian inscriptions. Some kings and cities mentioned in the list, such as Kish, Uruk, and Ur, are known from archaeological evidence. Their rulers, like Gilgamesh of Uruk, appear both in legend and in historical record. This strange fusion, half history, half myth, makes the King List one of the most intriguing documents ever discovered. It tells us that the Sumerians viewed their history as cyclical, marked by cataclysms and renewals. The flood, for instance, mirrors not only their own mythology, but also echoes stories told in other ancient traditions, from the Babylonian epic of Atrahasis to the story of Noah found later in the Hebrew Bible. Could these all be fragments of a shared ancient memory, different cultures remembering the same event from their own perspectives? And if so, what world existed before that flood? Some scholars have proposed that the exaggerated rains represent symbolic time, a way to measure cosmic cycles rather than human years. Others suggest they reflect a deeper mythological truth, that in the earliest age, when humanity was closer to the gods, time itself was experienced differently. But there are those who take a more radical view. Some researchers outside the academic mainstream have speculated that the king list may be a record of real beings, perhaps rulers from a civilization far older than we know, one that existed before the flood destroyed it. In this interpretation, the long reigns could indicate dynasties of powerful entities remembered as gods or demigods, beings whose lifespans far exceeded those of mortal men. Others have gone even further, suggesting that the phrase kingship was lowered from heaven might hint at an ancient event lost to conventional history, contact between early humanity and visitors from beyond the earth. Though widely dismissed by scholars, this theory persists in popular imagination, fueled by the sheer strangeness of the text itself. And yet, even without invoking the extraordinary, the king list remains a profound puzzle. It reveals that the Sumerians saw their own history as descending from a divine order, not rising from chaos. Civilization, in their eyes, was not something humans built from the ground up, but something granted to them, complete and entire from above. This inversion of the modern view is striking. We see civilization as a human achievement, born from necessity, progress, and ingenuity. The Sumerians saw it as inheritance, a sacred duty passed down from higher powers. Perhaps that belief gave them their astonishing drive to build cities, develop writing, and lay the foundations of organized society thousands of years before Greece or Rome. Today, fragments of the king list rest in museums across the world. Most famously, the Weld Blundell Prism, a small, four-sided clay artifact inscribed with tight columns of cuneiform script. Its surface bears the record of kings who may have lived 10,000 years before the first pyramids were raised in Egypt. Visitors who stand before it often sense a quiet gravity, as if the tiny tablet still carries the weight of an unfathomable past. Was the Sumerian king list a mythic vision of divine order, written to legitimize the rulers of the early cities? Or was it something more? A cryptic chronicle of a forgotten age, one that ended in the flood the world still remembers. Perhaps, somewhere in the sands of Mesopotamia, another tablet lies buried, one that might complete the story or rewrite it entirely. Until then, the Sumerian king list endures as both a record and a riddle, an ancient voice whispering from clay, reminding us that the line between myth and memory is far thinner than we think. From the ancient tablets of Sumer, where kings ruled for millennia and time itself seemed divine, our journey now follows the Nile into the heart of Egypt, where stone and sky have long conspired to guard their secrets. Here, among the tombs and shafts of Saqqara, one of the oldest necropolises in the world, an artifact was uncovered that seems almost too small to matter. A simple carving of wood, unassuming at first glance. Yet within its delicate form lies one of the most enduring enigmas in Egyptian archaeology. It is known as the Saqqara Bird. Discovered in 1898 by a French archaeologist named Khalil Messiha during excavations near the tomb of Padi Imen, a priest from around 200 BC, the object measures barely 7 inches from wingtip to tail. It is carved from sycamore wood, its surface smoothed and worn by time. The body resembles that of a bird, graceful and aerodynamic, but it bears no legs, no claws, no place for perching. Instead, it has a vertical tail fin, flat and distinct, more like the rudder of a modern aircraft than the feathers of a creature that once flew. For decades, it sat quietly among other artifacts in the Cairo Museum, catalogued without much attention. Only in the mid-20th century did it begin to draw serious scrutiny, when scholars noticed how oddly it differed from other depictions of birds in Egyptian art. The ancient Egyptians worshipped the sky. Their gods took the form of falcons. Their souls were said to soar as winged spirits, and their temples were aligned with celestial bodies. Flight, both symbolic and sacred, was deeply woven into their worldview. Yet the Saqqara bird does not seem to represent a falcon, a hawk, or any known species. Its proportions are strange, its wings straight and level, its body balanced for gliding rather than flapping. Could this small wooden carving have been more than a symbolic figure? Some believe it was a toy, a child's plaything shaped like a bird. Others suggest it may have been a ceremonial object designed to accompany the dead into the afterlife. But a few have looked at it through a different lens, one shaped not by religion, but by engineering. In the 1960s, Khalil Messiha, now both a physician and an amateur aeronautical researcher, examined the artifact closely and made a startling observation. Its proportions matched those of a modern glider. The wings were shaped with a subtle curve, providing lift. The vertical tail, unusual for birds but essential for stability in flight, appeared precisely angled. He proposed that the Saqqara bird was not a toy at all, but a model of an ancient flying machine. To test his theory, replicas were built using lightweight materials. When launched by hand, they glided smoothly through the air, proving that the design, though ancient, was indeed capable of flight. Later, modern engineers studying the model suggested that with the addition of a horizontal stabilizer, perhaps a piece now lost to time, the object could have represented a fully functional glider. The implications, if true, were astonishing. Did the ancient Egyptians possess some understanding of aerodynamics? Could they have experimented with flight long before the Wright brothers ever took to the skies? Mainstream Egyptologists remain skeptical. They argue that the artifact's aerodynamic qualities may be coincidence, an accidental result of artistic style rather than scientific knowledge. After all, Egyptian craftsmen were masters of balance and symmetry, and their work often reflected a natural harmony with form and function. To them, the Saqqara bird was likely a symbolic representation of the soul's flight into eternity, the eternal journey of the Bay, the spirit that leaves the body at death. Yet, the mystery deepens when one considers the cultural context. In ancient texts and hieroglyphs, there are recurring images of winged objects, of beings who traveled through the heavens, and of gods descending from the sky. Could these depictions have inspired the artifact's shape? Or were they inspired by something the ancients had truly seen? More speculative researchers have gone further still. They propose that the Saqqara bird may have been a remnant of lost knowledge, perhaps derived from an earlier forgotten civilization. Some suggest it could even be evidence of advanced technology passed down through myth, preserved not in words but in the symbolic language of art. Others have connected it to ancient attempts at flight. Perhaps, they argue, Egyptian inventors experimented with gliders launched from cliffs or temple roofs, testing the limits of air and gravity. While no physical evidence of such experiments has been found, the idea evokes a tantalizing image. An ancient craftsman standing atop a sunlit plateau, releasing his wooden creation into the desert wind, watching for a brief moment as it soared. Even within the Cairo Museum, the Saqqara bird stands apart. It is displayed quietly among other relics of Egypt's golden age, but its presence feels different, more intimate, almost modern. Visitors often linger before it, their reflections flickering on the glass case, as if sensing that this small figure holds something the ancient world never meant to explain. Could it truly be coincidence that a 2,000-year-old carving mirrors the aerodynamic design of modern aircraft? Or is it a glimpse, a fleeting echo of a knowledge once known and then lost? The answers remain buried beneath layers of history, sealed in the silence of tombs and temples that still keep their secrets. What we know for certain is that the Saqqara Bird bridges two worlds, the spiritual and the technological, the mythic and the mechanical. It embodies the eternal human desire to rise above the earth, to defy the limits of the body and reach toward the divine. As the light fades across the Nile and the desert wind stirs the sands around the necropolis, one can almost imagine it still, gliding through the golden air of ancient Egypt, caught between earth and sky. And in that quiet space, we are left to wonder, was it a symbol of the soul's ascent, or the memory of a time when humanity truly learned to fly? From the silent sands of Egypt, where the Saqqara Bird seems to whisper of forgotten flight, our journey now crosses the ocean, toward the jungles and lowlands of ancient Mesoamerica. Here, amid the dense rainforests of Mexico's Gulf Coast, colossal stone faces emerge from the earth like sentinels of another age. Their features are carved with remarkable precision, broad noses, full lips, and eyes that seem to gaze through time itself. Each one bears the weight of mystery, as if sculpted to guard a story the world has not yet learned to read. These are the Olmec colossal heads, among the most extraordinary and enigmatic artifacts ever found in the ancient Americas. Rising as high as 11 feet and weighing up to 40 tons, these massive basalt sculptures stand in silent testimony to the power and skill of the civilization that created them more than 3,000 years ago. The Olmec, often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, flourished between 1500 and 400 BC, long before the Maya, the Aztec, or any of the great empires that would later shape the region's history. And yet the colossal heads remain their most enduring legacy, monuments that defy explanation not only for their sheer size, but for the mystery of their creation, their meaning, and their distinctly human presence. Most of the 17 known heads have been discovered at sites such as San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, ancient Olmec ceremonial centers that once stood at the heart of a thriving civilization. Each head was carved from a single block of volcanic basalt, quarried from distant mountains up to 50 miles away. How these enormous stones were transported through dense jungle terrain without wheels, beasts of burden, or metal tools remains one of archaeology's enduring puzzles. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of people hauling the massive stone along riverbanks and through marshlands, guided only by ropes, rafts, and raw determination. The effort must have been immense, the purpose profound. But what did these heads represent? Each one is unique, with individualized features, distinct headdresses, and expressions that range from calm authority to stern watchfulness. Many scholars believe they depict rulers, portraits of powerful leaders immortalized in stone. In this interpretation, the colossal heads are both political and spiritual monuments, honoring those who once held divine or royal power in Olmec society. Yet others see something deeper, something less easily defined. There are no inscriptions, no accompanying texts to name the figures or explain their significance. The Olmec left behind no written language that can be directly read, only symbols and carvings that hint at meanings lost to time. Some researchers note that the head's expressions convey more than individuality. They suggest character, emotion, and an uncanny realism rare in early American art. It's as if the sculptors were not just portraying rulers, but capturing the very essence of personhood. Then there is the matter of their faces. From the moment they were discovered, observers have been struck by their distinctive features: broad noses, thick lips, and round faces unlike the stylized profiles found in later Mesoamerican art. Early explorers, puzzled by their appearance, proposed controversial theories suggesting possible connections to distant cultures. Some speculated African influence, others seafaring contact from across the Atlantic. These ideas, while largely rejected by mainstream archaeology, reflect a deeper fascination. How could a civilization so ancient, so isolated, have achieved such realism, such mastery of form, and such monumental ambition? Mainstream scholars emphasize that the Olmec were entirely indigenous to the Americas. The heads, they argue, reflect the diversity of features within native populations, not evidence of outside contact. They stand as proof that the Olmec possessed a sophisticated artistic tradition rooted in their own cultural identity, one that laid the foundation for all that followed in Mesoamerica. Still, the mystery remains. Why these colossal sculptures? And why only heads? No matching bodies have ever been found. It is possible the heads once topped full statues, later separated and preserved, or that the Olmec viewed the head as the seat of the soul, the essence of power and identity. Some were found buried, deliberately placed face up or face down in the ground as if interred in ritual. Were they laid to rest as offerings, symbols of dynastic transition, or warnings to those who entered sacred space? Others have noted that the arrangement of the heads across sites like San Lorenzo suggests deliberate planning, perhaps even alignment with astronomical or ceremonial patterns. Could these monuments have served as guardians of the cosmos, markers of celestial cycles, or embodiments of the Olmec belief in divine kingship? And then there is the sheer craftsmanship. Each head was carved from an enormous block of basalt, likely shaped with handheld stone tools and polished smooth by hours of relentless labor. The precision of detail, especially in the headdresses and facial contours, demonstrates a level of artistry that would challenge even modern sculptors working with far more advanced equipment. To stand before one is to feel a strange paradox. They are both human and otherworldly, timeless yet deeply personal. Their eyes, though unseeing, seem to regard the living with silent authority. Perhaps they were never meant to be mere likenesses, but bridges between ruler and god, between mortal and eternal. In the absence of written explanation, the Olmec heads continue to invite speculation. Some fringe researchers have proposed that they represent visitors from another land, or even another world. Others see them as fragments of a lost global culture, one that vanished long before recorded history began. Yet such theories, whether plausible or not, only deepen the aura of mystery that surrounds them. What can be said with certainty is that the Olmec possessed knowledge, organization, and vision far beyond what history once credited them. They were builders, astronomers, artists, and priests, a people whose influence echoes through the temples and myths of every Mesoamerican civilization that came after. And through it all, the colossal heads remain, silent, immovable, watching. They have seen the jungle rise around them, the centuries pass, and the empires that followed turn to dust. Still they endure, their expressions unchanged, their message unread. Were they kings, gods, ancestors, or something else entirely? Perhaps the truth lies not in what they depict, but in what they represent. Humanity's eternal need to leave a mark that transcends mortality. As the sun sets over the tropical plains and the air hums with the sounds of the forest, the faces of the Olmec heads catch the fading light, half in shadow, half in gold. And one can't help but feel that they are still guarding something, a secret buried beneath the roots of time itself. From the mist-shrouded jungles of Mesoamerica, where the stone faces of the Olmec still gaze into eternity, our path now turns to the heart of Europe, to a place where another enigma lies buried in clay, older and quieter, yet no less haunting. In the Romanian village of Tărtăria, near the banks of the Moorish River, archaeologists unearthed something that would challenge the very timeline of human history. 3 small tablets, fragile and faintly inscribed, their surfaces etched with symbols no one could read. These are the Tărtăria Tablets. Discovered in 1961 by archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa, the tablets were found in a Neolithic burial pit alongside the remains of a woman, ritual objects, and burnt bones. The artifacts, though unassuming in size, no larger than a human palm, were unlike anything ever found in that region. They bore markings that seemed deliberate, organized, and strangely familiar. To some, they resembled the earliest known writing systems. To others, they hinted at something far older, a record of thought from a civilization lost to time. The tablets were dated to around 5,300 BC, placing them within the Vinca culture, a Neolithic society that flourished in southeastern Europe long before the rise of Sumer, Egypt, or the Indus Valley. But if these markings truly represented a form of writing, it would mean that the people of ancient Europe were inscribing symbols thousands of years ago before Mesopotamia, the land long considered the birthplace of writing. That single possibility sent shockwaves through the archaeological world. Each tablet tells a quiet story through form. One is rectangular, pierced by a hole as if meant to be worn or hung. Another is round, its surface divided into sections containing symbols, crosses, zigzags, and looping lines that evoke both order and ritual. The third tablet features what appears to be a stylized human or animal figure, surrounded by abstract signs. Together, they seem to speak a language that no one alive can translate. Mainstream scholars have debated their meaning for decades. Some argue that the tablets represent proto-writing, an early system of symbols used for religious or administrative purposes, not a full written language. Similar symbols have been found across the Balkans and the Danube Valley, carved into pottery and figurines belonging to the same Neolithic tradition. These marks, collectively known as the Vinca symbols, appear across hundreds of sites, forming a mysterious and consistent pattern of communication. But the deeper one looks, the stranger it becomes. If the Tărtăria Tablets are part of this symbolic system, then the Vinca culture possessed a form of proto-literacy nearly 2 millennia before Sumerian cuneiform appeared in Mesopotamia. That would rewrite the known chronology of writing, shifting the dawn of recorded thought from the Near East to prehistoric Europe. Yet, the discovery is not without controversy. Shortly after excavation, the tablets were reportedly baked in a modern furnace to preserve them, destroying organic residues that could have been used for accurate radiocarbon dating. As a result, some researchers have questioned the validity of the 5,300 BC date, suggesting that the artifacts might belong to a later period. Others maintain that the context of the burial site supports the earlier timeline, and that even if the precise date remains uncertain, the style of the symbols predates known systems of writing by centuries. The mystery deepens when one examines the symbols themselves. Some seem almost identical to later pictographs found in ancient Mesopotamia. A cross-like mark, a tree-like symbol, and a repeated motif resembling a fish or a net have parallels in early Sumerian texts. Could this be coincidence? Or do these similarities suggest a forgotten link between ancient Europe and the cradle of civilization in the Near East? Mainstream archaeology leans toward independent development, the idea that different societies, at different times, began creating symbolic systems for similar purposes: record-keeping, ritual, and communication. But others have dared to imagine something more, an interconnected prehistoric world where ideas and knowledge moved along ancient trade routes long before recorded history began. There are those who believe the Tărtăria Tablets are remnants of a lost European civilization, an advanced Neolithic culture whose achievements were buried by time and later overshadowed by the empires of the Bronze Age. This theory points to the sophistication of the Vinca people, their advanced pottery, metallurgy, and complex settlement patterns as evidence of a society capable of literacy and structured belief systems. Then there are more speculative ideas. Some fringe researchers have suggested that the symbols might represent astronomical records, maps of the heavens, or even messages of cosmic origin, claims that move beyond conventional science, yet echo humanity's enduring fascination with the unknown. Still, one fact remains undeniable. The Tărtăria Tablets reveal that early Europeans were not isolated tribes of farmers and herders, but a people who thought, who symbolized, and who sought to preserve their ideas in enduring form. They understood the power of symbols, of marking meaning into matter, and that understanding alone reshapes how we see the prehistoric mind. Today, the tablets rest behind glass in the National Museum of Transylvanian History in Cluj-Napoca, their faint markings almost ghost-like under the soft light. Visitors lean close, tracing the lines with their eyes, searching for recognition, some ancient echo of language still buried in human memory. What was this woman buried with them thinking as she descended into the earth? Were these tablets prayers, records, or offerings? Messages to the gods, or to generations yet unborn? No one can say. The Tărtăria Tablets sit at the crossroads of archaeology and imagination, a bridge between the known and the forgotten. Their silence challenges us, reminding us that the story of human civilization is neither linear nor complete. Perhaps writing was not invented once, in one place, but rediscovered many times across the ages, each culture reaching toward the same truth in its own way. As dusk falls over the hills of Transylvania, where mist gathers among the ancient river valleys, one can almost feel that truth stirring beneath the soil. Maybe somewhere nearby, still hidden beneath the earth, lies another tablet, one that might finally tell us what these symbols meant, and who first dared to write the human story. From the quiet fields of Romania, where the Tărtăria Tablets whisper of forgotten scripts and lost beginnings, our path now winds northwest into the misty hills of Scotland. Here, where the air is cool and heavy with rain, a great stone lies buried beneath the earth. For centuries, it has rested there, its surface carved with spirals, circles, and strange geometric patterns that seem to pulse with meaning, yet defy all translation. This is the Cochno Stone, one of the most remarkable and mysterious archaeological monuments in Europe. Located near the village of Paisley, just outside Glasgow, the Cochno Stone is no ordinary slab of rock. It measures more than 40 feet across and is covered with over 90 intricate engravings known as cup and ring marks, symbols found in various parts of the world, yet never fully understood. When it was first uncovered in 1887, it stunned archaeologists and locals alike. Some called it a map of the heavens, others believed it to be a sacred altar, and some whispered that it was a message left by a civilization long forgotten. The stone's surface is a masterpiece of Neolithic or Bronze Age art, believed to date back nearly 5,000 years. The carvings, deeply etched cups surrounded by concentric rings, intersected by lines and spirals, form an enigmatic design that stretches across its entire expanse. Even today, it feels less like an artifact and more like a code. When viewed from above, the markings seem deliberate, organized, almost mathematical. The circles overlap in ways that suggest precision, not randomness. Lines connect certain shapes, leading the eye across the surface like paths on a map. Some patterns appear to align with celestial positions, others with features of the surrounding landscape. But what do they represent? Mainstream archaeology has long debated the meaning of cup and ring carvings. Some see them as territorial markers, symbols of ownership or boundaries. Others believe they were ritualistic, expressions of spiritual or cosmic belief, perhaps used in ceremonies to connect with the divine. A few even propose that the carvings were ancient maps, depictions of stars, rivers, or settlements. Yet, the mystery deepens when one considers the scale and precision of the Cochno Stone. Why would prehistoric people spend such effort to create something so vast with no apparent practical use? What message were they carving into the earth, visible only from above, long before flight or aerial vantage points were possible? Over the centuries, local legends have grown around the stone. Some say it marks the burial place of giants who once roamed the land. Others believe it was a sacred calendar, tracking the movements of the sun and moon. And there are those who claim it carries an energy of its own, that when you stand upon it, you can feel a vibration, as though the earth itself remembers what was once inscribed there. The stone's history is almost as mysterious as its carvings. After its discovery in the late 19th century, it quickly became a site of fascination, but also of damage. Curious visitors and vandals left graffiti and carvings of their own, scarring its ancient surface. By 1965, archaeologists decided to bury the Cochno Stone once more, covering it with several feet of soil and grass to protect it from further harm. For more than 50 years, it remained hidden, a secret beneath the ground. Then, in 2015, a team of archaeologists and digital imaging specialists from the University of Glasgow carefully re-excavated it. Using high-resolution 3D mapping technology, they documented every groove and mark in stunning detail before reburying it again for preservation. The digital model revealed something extraordinary: patterns and relationships invisible to the naked eye, subtle symmetries that seemed almost too precise for coincidence. Some researchers noticed that the arrangement of rings and lines mirrors star constellations visible in the Scottish sky thousands of years ago. Others pointed out that the carvings align with natural features of the landscape: streams, hills, and solstice sunrises, suggesting the work of people deeply attuned to both the heavens and the earth. And then come the more speculative interpretations. Some believe the Cochno Stone represents an ancient star map, proof of a prehistoric understanding of astronomy that far exceeded what we typically attribute to Neolithic societies. Others propose that it may have served as a spiritual portal, a ritual site connecting the living world with realms beyond. There are even theories that the symbols correspond to forms of sacred geometry, universal patterns found in temples, pyramids, and monuments around the world. Still others, drawn to the fringe, suggest something even more profound: that the Cochno Stone records a memory not of this world, but of another. To them, its circles and spirals are not abstract art, but messages from beings who once visited Earth, imprints of contact between humanity and something far older or far more advanced. Mainstream science rejects such claims, of course. But even within orthodox archaeology, the Cochno Stone refuses to fit neatly into any single explanation. It seems to exist on the threshold, part art, part astronomy, part mystery. Standing before it, one feels a deep sense of intention. Every groove, every circle, feels purposeful. It is as if its creators were communicating in a language that predates speech, a geometry of the soul. Perhaps the symbols were meant not to be read, but to be felt. In the dim light of dawn, when the mist drifts low over the Scottish hills, one can imagine the ancient people who gathered here, hands pressed to stone, tracing the spirals as they prayed or dreamed. Maybe they looked to the stars above and saw those same patterns shining in the sky. Maybe they carved what they saw into the earth, hoping to bind heaven and earth in one eternal design. Today, the Cochno Stone sleeps again beneath its layer of protective soil, its carvings preserved in digital form. But its mystery endures. What knowledge did its creators possess? What story were they trying to tell? One that spans not words, but symbols etched into eternity. It is as if the stone itself is still speaking, but in a tongue humanity has long since forgotten. And as the rain falls softly over the hills of Scotland, one can't help but wonder what other messages lie buried just beneath our feet, waiting, patient and silent, for us to listen once more. From the misty hills of Scotland, where ancient carvings spiral across the Cochno Stone like messages from another time, our path now leads east, across continents and centuries, to the rugged cliffs of western India. Here, carved into the basalt rock of the Ellora Caves, stands a structure so immense, so intricate, that even today, engineers and historians struggle to explain how it was made. It is a temple not built by stacking stones, but by carving one, an entire mountain, into art, architecture, and devotion. This is the Kailasa Temple. Dedicated to Lord Shiva and named after his mythical abode on Mount Kailash, the temple is part of the Ellora complex in Maharashtra, a UNESCO World Heritage Site that contains more than 30 rock-cut monasteries and shrines. But Kailasa is unlike anything else there, or anywhere else on Earth. Hewn directly from a single massive cliff face, it rises from the solid stone itself, fully freestanding, complete with elaborate pillars, towers, stairways, and sculptures that seem to defy the limits of ancient craftsmanship. To stand before it is to feel something both humbling and impossible. The temple is over 100 feet tall and stretches across an area twice the size of the Parthenon in Athens. Every column, statue, and corridor was meticulously carved downward from the top of the mountain to the base, a technique so rare and so precise that even modern stoneworkers admit it would be nearly impossible to replicate with the same accuracy today. Archaeologists attribute the temple's construction to the Rashtrakuta dynasty around the 8th century AD during the reign of King Krishna I. It is said that the king ordered the creation of a temple unlike any other, a monument to the gods themselves. But even accepting this historical account raises staggering questions. How could such a vast structure have been carved from solid rock in that era, with only chisels, hammers, and rudimentary tools? Estimates suggest that more than 200,000 tons of rock were removed to create Kailasa. Yet, no records exist of where that stone went, or how long the work truly took. Traditional accounts claim it was built in just 18 years, a timeline many scholars find impossible. If true, that would mean workers would have had to excavate and sculpt more than 10 tons of rock every day, with remarkable precision, without a single structural error. The sheer complexity of the temple only deepens the mystery. Its design mirrors Mount Kailash, the cosmic mountain said to connect heaven and earth. Inside, enormous columns flank towering statues of deities. Intricate carvings tell stories from the Mahabharata and Ramayana with astonishing detail. Elephants, lions, and celestial beings adorn the base, each figure distinct, as though sculpted by a different hand, guided by a single vision. Mainstream historians describe Kailasa as the pinnacle of Indian rock-cut architecture, a masterpiece born of devotion and human ingenuity. They believe thousands of laborers and artisans worked together over decades, their skill guided by master architects who planned every strike of the chisel. Yet, when examined closely, the precision and symmetry of the carvings suggest something more deliberate, something that transcends mere craftsmanship. Some researchers note that the temple's internal geometry, its alignment, and its echoing acoustics all appear designed with advanced architectural understanding. The ceiling carvings flow seamlessly into the pillars below, as if the entire structure had been visualized three-dimensionally before a single cut was made. How could such spatial perfection be achieved without modern tools or blueprints? And then there is the method of excavation itself. Most ancient monuments were built from the ground up, blocks laid atop one another. The builders of Kailasa did the opposite. They started from the top and carved downward, removing stone layer by layer, revealing the temple as if freeing it from the mountain. One wrong calculation could have destroyed centuries of work. Yet there is no sign of error, no evidence of misalignment or correction. The mystery deepens further when one considers the scale of effort required. If indeed tens of thousands of workers participated, where are the records of their labor? Where are the tools, the scaffolding, the waste piles from the excavation? Aside from the temple itself, little remains to testify to the process that created it. Some alternative researchers have proposed that Kailasa was not carved by human hands alone, that it may have been constructed using lost technologies or techniques far beyond what is known from the 8th century. They point to the smoothness of the cuts, the uniformity of the lines, and the scale of engineering as possible evidence of tools or methods now forgotten. Others draw parallels to ancient structures around the world, the pyramids, the megaliths of Baalbek and Machu Picchu, suggesting a shared legacy of advanced knowledge from a prehistoric civilization. There are even those who take the connection further, linking the temple's divine inspiration to something cosmic. In Hindu mythology, Mount Kailash is said to be the center of the world, the axis between heaven and earth. Could it be that the builders of Ellora were not merely replicating that myth, but encoding within the mountain itself some deeper understanding, astronomical, spiritual, or even otherworldly? Of course, mainstream scholars dismiss such notions as speculation. To them, Kailasa stands as the ultimate expression of devotion, a human achievement driven by faith and vision, not forgotten technology. And perhaps that is what makes it so profound. Whether born of mystery or mastery, the temple stands as proof of what humanity can create when inspired by something greater than itself. Still, when one walks through its echoing corridors, the air thick with the scent of stone and time, the question remains: how? How did ancient artisans carve such perfection without error? How did they envision every column, every stairway, hidden within the rock? And what compelled them to choose this method? To carve a mountain into a monument of eternity? As the sun sets over the cliffs of Ellora, the temple glows with golden light. Shadows move across the carvings, bringing to life the figures of gods and warriors, of elephants and eagles frozen mid-motion. The entire mountain seems to breathe, to whisper through its carvings, as if still alive with the spirit of those who shaped it. Was the Kailasa Temple simply the result of genius and faith, or the echo of a knowledge we no longer possess? Perhaps the answer lies still within the mountain itself, waiting for those who listen not with tools or theories, but with awe. Because sometimes the most profound mysteries are not meant to be solved, only witnessed. From the shadowed cliffs of India, where the Kailasa Temple rises like a miracle carved from stone, our path now crosses oceans toward the quiet shores of North America. Here, amid the rolling forests and clear waters of New Hampshire, lies a mystery far smaller in scale, yet no less confounding. It is smooth, oval, and dark, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. But etched into its surface are symbols and figures that no one has ever been able to explain. This is the Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone. Discovered in 1872 on the banks of Lake Winnipesaukee near the town of Meredith, the stone has baffled historians, archaeologists, and locals for over a century. At first glance, it looks like a simple artifact, about 4 inches long, perfectly symmetrical, polished to a glass-like finish. But upon closer inspection, it reveals something extraordinary. The surface is covered with intricate carvings, geometric shapes, arrows, circles, and what appear to be depictions of tools, corn, and a face looking skyward. The object was found by workers digging a post hole on land owned by a local businessman, Seneca Ladd. Buried just a few feet underground, it was enclosed with layers of clay and sand, along with a mixture of earth that suggested it had been intentionally placed there. The workers, unaware of what they had uncovered, handed it over to Ladd, who later sent it to the New Hampshire Historical Society. There, it was cleaned, studied, and immediately classified as an anomaly. To this day, no one knows who made it, when, or why. The stone's material, a fine-grained quartzite not native to the region, suggests it came from far away. Some geologists have proposed that it might have originated from western North America, or even beyond. The carvings, too, resist easy interpretation. On one side, a pattern of intersecting lines and circles evokes early Native American symbology, while on another, the face of a man gazes upward beside what some have interpreted as a celestial or solar symbol. Beneath these are what appear to be ear-like shapes, connected by lines, motifs found nowhere else in pre-Columbian art. What was it meant to represent? The earliest researchers proposed that the Lake Winnipesaukee stone might have been a form of ceremonial object, perhaps created by one of the region's indigenous cultures as an offering or commemorative token. Others speculated that it was a peace offering between tribes, or even a boundary marker. Yet none of these theories align perfectly with its craftsmanship. The polish is too refined, the symmetry too precise, the drilling too exact. Yes, drilling. Each end of the stone contains a hole, bored cleanly through at opposing angles. The precision of these perforations has long puzzled archaeologists. Even with modern tools, the drilling is immaculate, tapering slightly inward in a way that suggests the use of mechanical or rotary tools, not the stone or bone implements available to prehistoric peoples of the region. Microscopic examination of the holes reveals spiral grooves, evidence of high-speed rotation, something entirely out of place in the pre-industrial world. Who, then, could have made it? Some 19th century scholars believed it might have been crafted by early European settlers or explorers who lost or buried it. But others argued that its symbolism and style predate colonial influence entirely. The absence of any historical documentation, no record of its creation, no oral tradition, no mention in local native histories, only deepens the enigma. In the decades since its discovery, theories have ranged from the plausible to the extraordinary. Some suggest it could be a time capsule or commemorative artifact, a gift or token marking a diplomatic event between cultures now lost to history. Others see it as a funerary offering, buried intentionally to honor the dead. A few have gone further still, proposing that it might represent an early form of writing, an encoded message left by an unknown civilization that inhabited North America long before recorded history. Then there are the more speculative interpretations. A handful of researchers have noted similarities between the stone's carvings and ancient symbols found in distant parts of the world, from the petroglyphs of Europe to artifacts unearthed in the Near East. Could it be that ancient travelers, long before the age of exploration, crossed oceans and left behind traces of their knowledge? Or that the stone represents cultural memory passed down through migration, its true meaning eroded by time? Some fringe theorists even claim it to be evidence of a forgotten global civilization, one that possessed advanced technology capable of drilling and shaping stone with mechanical precision. To them, the Lake Winnipesaukee stone is not merely an artifact, but a remnant, proof of an age when knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and engineering far exceeded what conventional history allows. Mainstream archaeologists, however, remain cautious. Most attribute the drilling to later interference, perhaps by 19th century craftspeople experimenting with tools or trying to mount the stone for display. Yet no one can prove this conclusively, and the original condition of the artifact at the time of discovery remains uncertain. Even with modern technology, attempts to decode the carvings have yielded little. 3D scans and microscopic studies have revealed minute details in the engraving, consistent depth, deliberate symmetry, and clear planning, but no clear cultural fingerprint. The stone, it seems, was made with purpose, but that purpose remains locked within it. Today, the Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone resides in the collection of the New Hampshire Historical Society. Visitors who see it often describe an eerie sense of familiarity, as though its patterns echo something deep within human memory. It sits quietly under glass, its dark surface gleaming under the lights, offering no answers, only questions. Was it a sacred relic? A lost experiment in craftsmanship? A message from a culture that time forgot? The more it is studied, the less it seems to belong to any one place or people. It exists in a space between worlds, between archaeology and myth, between what we know and what we can only guess. As the sun sets over Lake Winnipesaukee, the water mirrors the fading sky in hues of gold and violet. It is easy to imagine the ancient hands that once held the stone, shaping it, inscribing it, imbuing it with meaning, and then, for reasons lost to history, placing it carefully into the earth, to be found centuries later by strangers who would not understand. Perhaps it was meant to be found, or perhaps it was meant to remain buried, its story untold. Even now, the Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone keeps its silence, its smooth surface reflecting not only the light above it, but the endless curiosity of those who gaze upon it, wondering what truths might still lie hidden beneath its dark, polished skin. From the tranquil shores of Lake Winnipesaukee, where a small, polished stone holds secrets older than the continent itself, our path now turns east, across deserts and river valleys, to one of the world's earliest and most sophisticated cities. Here, in the arid plains of the Indus Valley, stand the ruins of a metropolis so advanced, so mysteriously planned, that even today, it defies full understanding. Its streets run in perfect grids. Its drainage systems rival those of ancient Rome. Its architecture whispers of order and intellect. This is Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead. And within its ruins lies one of archaeology's most haunting enigmas. Traces of something that should not exist. Stone and brick fused together by an extreme heat no ancient civilization should have been capable of producing. A phenomenon known as vitrification. Discovered in the 1920s during excavations along the Indus River in what is now southern Pakistan, Mohenjo-Daro was once a thriving urban center of the Indus Valley civilization, flourishing around 2500 BC. Its people were engineers, artisans, and traders, their cities interconnected through an elaborate network that spanned hundreds of miles. But at some unknown point in antiquity, the city was abandoned, its streets emptied, its buildings fell silent. And beneath that silence, archaeologists began to notice something strange. Scattered throughout the ruins were bricks that bore signs of exposure to intense, localized heat, so intense, in fact, that portions of the material had melted and fused together into a glass-like glaze. In some cases, entire walls appeared to have partially liquefied. The temperatures required for such vitrification exceed 1,500 degrees Celsius, far beyond what could be achieved through any known ancient furnace, kiln, or fire. How could this have happened thousands of years ago? Mainstream archaeology offers a cautious set of possibilities. Some believe the vitrification was caused by accidental fires, perhaps citywide blazes sparked by drought, warfare, or natural disaster. Others suggest that lightning strikes or meteor impacts could have generated localized bursts of extreme heat. Yet, even these explanations struggle to account for the specific pattern of melting found at the site. The vitrified surfaces do not appear random, but concentrated in certain areas, as though a powerful, directed force had swept across them. Then there is the most controversial theory of all, one that has persisted for decades, whispered at the edges of science and myth alike. Some researchers have proposed that the vitrification of Mohenjo-Daro was caused not by fire, but by an explosion, one of such magnitude and precision that it mimics the effects of nuclear detonation. The theory first emerged in the mid-20th century, when archaeologists reportedly found human skeletal remains scattered across the city, some lying face down, others curled as if caught in sudden catastrophe. Certain bones were said to show signs of intense heat exposure without visible charring, and early reports claimed unusually high radiation levels in the area. To some, it seemed eerily reminiscent of what was found in Hiroshima and Nagasaki after 1945. Could an ancient civilization have witnessed, or even caused, an event akin to atomic destruction? To most scientists, the answer is no. Modern testing has not confirmed the presence of significant radiation, and the supposed melted skeletons have been reinterpreted as the result of natural decay and soil conditions. The vitrification, they argue, could simply be the outcome of accidental fires intensified by mineral-rich clay or burning debris trapped in enclosed structures. And yet, the mystery refuses to fade. The writings of ancient India, texts such as the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, contain vivid descriptions of powerful celestial weapons that rained fire upon the earth, leaving cities glowing like suns and turning sand into glass. Could these mythological accounts preserve a cultural memory of real ancient cataclysms? Were they poetic metaphors, or recollections of something that truly happened? Skeptics dismiss the connection as coincidence, but the parallels are difficult to ignore. Across the world, from Scotland to the Middle East, archaeologists have discovered other vitrified ruins, fortresses and walls fused by heat intense enough to melt stone. The phenomenon remains rare, and its causes uncertain. But the consistency of its appearance in widely separated cultures invites the same question: what or who produced such destruction? In Mohenjo-Daro, the vitrification adds another layer of strangeness to a site already filled with unanswered questions. The city's layout suggests extraordinary planning, streets aligned to cardinal directions, a complex water and sewage system, standardized brick sizes across multiple settlements. And yet, despite its sophistication, there is no clear evidence of kings, armies, or monumental temples. It seems to have been a civilization governed by order, not by conquest, peaceful, organized, and prosperous. Then, for reasons still unknown, it collapsed. The city was abandoned. Its language, inscribed on countless seals and tablets, has never been deciphered. And the traces of vitrification, whether born of fire, war, or something else entirely, remain frozen in its silent ruins, as if marking the precise moment when its story ended. If it was natural disaster, what kind could create such heat without reducing everything to ash? If it was human, what technology or knowledge did they possess that we no longer understand? Some fringe researchers believe the vitrification could have been caused by an advanced form of weaponry, perhaps something electromagnetic or energy-based, wielded by a civilization now lost to history. Others, more mystically inclined, view it as evidence of divine retribution, the fire of the gods descending upon humankind. Mainstream scholars, while rejecting these interpretations, admit that the vitrification remains unexplained in detail. No laboratory simulation or experimental reconstruction has fully replicated the conditions found in the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro. Whatever occurred here, it was unique. Today, the site rests under the harsh sun, the Indus River winding quietly nearby. The wind moves through the empty streets once filled with life, brushing over the fused stones that still glint faintly in the light. To walk there is to feel an unsettling duality, the presence of great human achievement and the shadow of sudden destruction. Perhaps it was fire. Perhaps it was something we have yet to comprehend. As night falls, the city turns to silhouette, a maze of dark outlines against the desert sky. The air grows still. Somewhere beneath the dust, beneath the vitrified stones and the stories carved in undeciphered script, lies the truth of what happened here. Was Mohenjo-Daro the victim of natural catastrophe, or the witness to a forgotten chapter of human power, one capable of harnessing forces we can scarcely imagine? The melted bricks remain, silent and enduring, like the memory of an ancient fire that once burned too bright for history to contain. From the sun-scorched ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, where vitrified walls whisper of forgotten fires, our journey now moves west, toward the windswept hills of southern England. Here, where the rolling chalk downs meet the gray English sky, a silent figure stretches across the hillside, vast, symmetrical, and utterly enigmatic. Seen from afar, it looks like a ghost etched into the earth itself, its pale outline glimmering faintly beneath shifting clouds. This is the Long Man of Wilmington. Standing at nearly 235 feet tall, the Long Man is one of Britain's great chalk hill figures, an enormous human outline carved into the steep slope of Windover Hill in East Sussex. The figure holds two long staves or poles, one in each hand, as if measuring the horizon or holding open a doorway. His stance is precise and deliberate, his proportions strangely geometric, his gaze fixed eternally toward the valley below. No one knows who made him, or why. The earliest recorded mention of the Long Man dates back to 1710, when surveyor John Rowley drew the figure, noting that it appeared to be ancient even then. Some accounts suggest that before it was outlined with bricks and chalk, its form was visible only under certain lighting conditions, faintly emerging at sunrise or sunset, as though revealed by the sun itself. Local legend claimed the figure was a giant, imprinted into the hillside after being struck down by another from nearby Firle Beacon. But as the centuries passed, the stories multiplied, and certainty faded. Was the Long Man a sacred image, a territorial marker, a cosmic symbol, or something more elusive, meant to be seen not by those on earth, but by the gods above? Unlike many of Britain's other hill figures, such as the Uffington White Horse, carved thousands of years earlier and dated to the late Bronze Age, the Long Man of Wilmington resists easy classification. Archaeological studies have failed to determine its precise age. Some suggest it may have been created during the Iron Age, between 500 and 100 BC. Others propose it is much younger, perhaps a medieval or even post-medieval creation inspired by older traditions. The lack of organic material within its chalk lines makes scientific dating nearly impossible. Yet, the figure's scale and placement hint at something intentional, something monumental. When viewed from above, the Long Man seems to stand within a natural amphitheater of hills, perfectly aligned with ancient trackways and sightlines that stretch across the South Downs. His long, straight limbs and twin staves appear measured and mathematical, unlike the flowing organic curves typical of prehistoric art. Could he have served as a marker for celestial observation, a giant sundial or calendar used to track the movement of the sun? Some researchers believe so. They point to the figure's alignment with solar events, noting that during certain times of year, the sun appears to rise and set in direct line with his staff-like arms. Others have suggested that he might represent a gateway, a symbolic passage between worlds, life and death, or the realms of day and night. The two poles in this view are not tools or weapons, but thresholds, the very boundaries of existence. Mainstream archaeology tends to view the Long Man as a product of human imagination, a ceremonial figure carved for ritual or social significance, perhaps representing fertility, authority, or guardianship. Yet even this pragmatic view fails to explain why such immense effort would be devoted to creating something only visible from the air, or from great distance, long before flight was even conceivable. And so, the mystery persists. Over time, the Long Man has become a mirror for human belief. In the 19th century, he was thought to be a Roman soldier. In the early 20th century, scholars imagined him as a Celtic god, perhaps Lugus, the Bright One, or Tyrannus, the sky deity who wielded thunder and light. During the rise of modern archaeology, he was recast as a fertility figure, a symbol of balance and renewal, carved to honor the cycles of the earth. Then came the more speculative ideas. Some have drawn connections between the Long Man and ancient geoglyphs found across the world, from the Nazca Lines of Peru to the Atacama Giant in Chile, suggesting a shared impulse among early civilizations to communicate with the heavens. Could the Long Man have been meant for the sky itself, a message to those who might look down upon the earth from above? Others have gone further still, proposing that the figure represents a kind of lost science, a geometric code embedded in the landscape, its proportions aligned with sacred mathematics found in megalithic structures like Stonehenge or Avebury. Measurements of the figure's limbs and spacing reveal ratios that recur in classical architecture and natural patterns. The golden mean, the harmony of balance found in art and nature alike, art and nature. Yet, for all these interpretations, one fact remains unchanged. No one truly knows what the Long Man is meant to be. Even the details of his appearance remain uncertain. Early drawings show him with a distinct face and helmet, which have since eroded or disappeared entirely. Some depictions suggest he once held not poles, but scythes or spears, or perhaps even the frame of a door. During restoration efforts in the 19th and 20th centuries, the outline was redefined with concrete blocks, fixing his form but erasing whatever subtle variations may have existed before. In trying to preserve him, we may have changed him. Standing at the foot of Windover Hill today, the Long Man appears both distant and intimate, a silent witness to millennia of history. The wind sweeps across the downs, carrying the scent of chalk and grass. Clouds drift overhead, and for a moment, when the light strikes just right, the figure seems to move, to breathe. His presence feels less like a carving and more like an imprint, a shadow left by something that once walked this earth. What purpose did he serve? Was he a guardian, watching over the valleys below? A map to the stars? A prayer carved into the skin of the land? Perhaps he was all of these things, or none of them. Like so many of the world's ancient mysteries, the Long Man of Wilmington stands as both question and answer. His meaning shifts with the centuries, reflecting the hopes and curiosities of each new age. Yet, through all the interpretations and theories, he endures, silent, immense, and unknowable. As dusk falls over the South Downs, the hillside darkens, and the Long Man fades into shadow, his form merging once more with the earth that birthed him. Only the wind remains, whispering across the grass, as if repeating a language we once understood, but have long since forgotten. And somewhere within that whisper lingers the same eternal question: who carved him, and why? From the windswept hills of southern England, where the Long Man of Wilmington stares silently across the landscape, our journey now leads to the thin, breathless air of the Bolivian highlands. Here, at an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet, where the Andes stretch toward the clouds and the wind carries the scent of ancient stone, lies one of the most puzzling archaeological sites on Earth. A place of shattered monoliths, geometric precision, and engineering so advanced that even today it challenges explanation. This is Punku. Set near the better-known ruins of Tiwanaku, Punku forms part of an ancient ceremonial complex on the western edge of Lake Titicaca. But unlike the broader city ruins surrounding it, This site is defined by something extraordinary: stone blocks cut with such mathematical precision that they fit together like pieces of a machine. The craftsmanship is so refined, so exact, that even a modern razor blade can scarcely fit between the joints. To walk among these stones is to feel the weight of a mystery older than history itself. Some of the blocks scattered across the site weigh over 100 tons, carved from red sandstone and andesite, materials that had to be transported from quarries located miles away, across rugged terrain and water. The largest of them, known as the Gateway Block, once formed part of a massive platform estimated to have been over 400 tons in total weight. For centuries, scholars have asked the same question: how were such stones moved, lifted, and aligned with such accuracy, at a time when no wheels, cranes, or iron tools are known to have existed in the region? The precision becomes even more uncanny upon closer inspection. Many of the stones feature complex interlocking cuts, perfect right angles, parallel grooves, and drill holes of uniform depth and diameter. The most famous of these are the H blocks, each carved with repeating modular designs that seem to fit together as if part of a single architectural blueprint. They look less like the product of chisels and hammers, and more like something shaped by machinery. Mainstream archaeology attributes the site to the Tiwanaku culture, which flourished between 500 and 1000 AD. The builders, it is said, were skilled stonemasons who used a combination of stone tools, sand abrasion, and simple copper chisels to achieve their remarkable results. Yet, even this explanation leaves many unanswered questions. No one has found evidence of tools capable of producing the sharp, millimeter-level precision visible in Puma Punku's stones. Nor have archaeologists uncovered any written records or depictions that describe the site's construction or purpose. How could such sophisticated engineering emerge in isolation at such altitude and vanish without leaving a trace of its method? When Spanish explorers first encountered the ruins in the 16th century, they were convinced it was the work of giants. Local Aymara legends spoke of gods descending from the sky to create Puma Punku in a single night, shaping the stones with sound and light. To this day, elders in nearby villages tell stories of the people before the sun, a civilization said to have existed before the dawn of the current world. Over the past century, researchers have proposed a range of explanations. Some argue that the block's apparent precision is an illusion, exaggerated by erosion and modern imagination. Others maintain that the Tiwanaku civilization possessed advanced surveying techniques and used rope, wooden levers, and ramps in ways not yet fully understood. Yet even those who hold to these pragmatic theories acknowledge that something about Puma Punku stands apart. Its geometry does not follow the patterns of other Andean sites. The symmetry of its cuts, the depth of its grooves, and the mathematical relationships between its stones suggest not mere craftsmanship, but design rooted in a deep understanding of measurement, proportion, and structure. To engineers and architects who visit the site, it often evokes comparisons to modern prefabrication or modular assembly. The H-blocks, in particular, appear as if they were part of a uniform system, components meant to fit together in a larger mechanical whole. Were they foundations of a temple, the remnants of a platform, or something entirely unknown, an ancient structure whose function we can no longer comprehend? Some fringe researchers, drawn to the precision and mystery, have suggested that Puma Punku might be evidence of a lost civilization far older than Tiwanaku, perhaps a culture that existed long before recorded history. Others go further still, proposing that it could represent traces of forgotten technology, remnants of a prehistoric age of knowledge erased by cataclysm. In the 20th century, theories of ancient high technology gained traction among alternative historians, who argued that the precision of the stonework required advanced tools, perhaps even forms of machining or laser-like cutting. Photographs of drill holes with concentric grooves were cited as possible evidence of mechanical boring, but mainstream science remains skeptical, attributing such features to natural fractures, chisel marks, or weathering over time. Still, the mystery remains unresolved. Carbon dating from nearby organic remains suggests that the site could indeed date back to the height of the Tiwanaku Empire, but the scale and complexity of the architecture seem disproportionate to what is known of their other constructions. Some archaeologists have even speculated that Puma Punku may have been built in stages, with the earliest layers dating back far earlier than 500 AD, perhaps thousands of years before. If true, that would place its origins closer to the time of the Egyptian pyramids, or even earlier. Yet no one can say with certainty. The Andes hold their secrets well. Today, Puma Punku lies silent, its colossal blocks scattered across the high plateau like the remnants of a dream. The site feels both ancient and strangely modern, as if frozen at the intersection of time and technology. When the sun sets, the stones cast long shadows across the red earth, their edges still sharp, their patterns still exact. From above, the layout seems almost deliberate, lines and shapes that hint at lost geometry, a language written in stone but never translated. Was Puma Punku a temple of the gods, a workshop of engineers, or a monument to something far beyond human understanding? Were these stones carved by human hands, guided by forgotten knowledge, or by something else entirely? As the wind moves through the plateau, carrying whispers of the past, one thing becomes clear. Whoever built Puma Punku did not intend it to crumble. They built it to last, to endure beyond memory itself. And now, thousands of years later, the blocks still stand in silence, an unanswered question carved in stone, waiting for someone, someday, to decipher what they were truly meant to say. From the cold, silent heights of the Andes, where the precision of Puma Punku's stonework continues to defy logic, our journey now drifts across oceans and centuries to the vaulted archives of a palace in Istanbul. Here, in the quiet halls of the Topkapi Museum, preserved on a single sheet of gazelle skin, lies a map unlike any other. Its colors have faded, its edges torn, but its contents still challenge everything we think we know about history. This is the Piri Reis Map. Drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral, navigator, and cartographer named Ahmed Muhiddin Piri, known to the world simply as Piri Reis, the map depicts the known world of his time, the western coasts of Europe and Africa, and the eastern edge of the newly discovered Americas. At first glance, it seems no different from other Renaissance charts born of the age of exploration. Yet, upon closer study, its lines whisper of something older, something impossible. When scholars rediscovered the map in 1929, rolled among forgotten documents in the Topkapi Palace Library, they were stunned. Its accuracy, particularly of the South American coastline, was far beyond what any known navigator could have achieved in the early 1500s. Even more puzzling was a faint, curving landmass drawn along the bottom edge of the parchment, a coastline unmistakably resembling Antarctica, centuries before the continent was officially discovered. And what's more, on the Piri Reis map, Antarctica is not covered in ice. Modern cartographers who compared the drawing to seismic surveys conducted in the 20th century found that its outline matched, with uncanny precision, the subglacial coastline of Queen Maud Land, the part of Antarctica that lies beneath nearly 2 miles of ice. If true, this would suggest that whoever first charted the information on which the map was based had access to a view of the continent before it was frozen, perhaps thousands of years ago. But how could that be possible? Piri Reis himself left a partial explanation. In the margin of his map, written in fine Ottoman script, he claimed that it was not an original creation, but a compilation, drawn from around 20 earlier sources, some from his own era, others from the time of Alexander the Great. He mentioned using maps from the Portuguese, the Arabs, and even ancient ones said to date back to unknown seafarers of the distant past. One of those sources, he noted, came from Christopher Columbus, an extraordinary admission, since it would have been one of the very first maps to show the New World. Historians generally agree that Piri Reis was an accomplished cartographer who skillfully combined multiple sources into a single, coherent map. Yet certain details remain inexplicable. The placement of the South American coastline is unusually accurate in latitude and proportion, despite the fact that in 1513 the continent's full length was still unknown. The depiction of the Andes, the positioning of the Amazon, and the relation of the Caribbean islands to the mainland all display a precision that seems centuries ahead of its time. And then, of course, there is Antarctica. Mainstream scholars tend to dismiss the idea that the Piri Reis map depicts the southern continent at all. They argue that the feature in question might represent an exaggerated continuation of South America, distorted by the map's projection or by Piri Reis's reliance on older, less accurate charts. In this view, the resemblance to Antarctica is nothing more than coincidence, an artifact of interpretation rather than intention. Yet others are not so easily convinced. In the 1960s, Charles Hapgood, a professor of history at Keene State College, advanced a radical theory to explain the map's anomalies. In his book, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, Hapgood argued that Piri Reis must have drawn upon ancient charts created by a forgotten civilization that possessed advanced knowledge of navigation, geometry, and the true shape of the Earth. According to his research, the map uses an equidistant projection centered near Cairo, a level of mathematical sophistication supposedly unknown to mapmakers until the invention of modern cartography. Hapgood's hypothesis found an unlikely supporter in Albert Einstein, who wrote a foreword to one of his works, noting that Hapgood's findings presented a problem which could cause a revolution in our understanding of human history. If the Piri Reis map does indeed preserve the remnants of an ancient world map, then the implications are staggering. It would suggest that long before the rise of Greece, Rome, or Egypt, there may have existed a seafaring culture capable of mapping the globe with near-modern precision, a culture whose knowledge was later lost to time. But even within this speculative framework, the mystery deepens. How could an ancient civilization have charted the coast of Antarctica without ice, when geological evidence suggests it has been frozen for at least 6,000 years? Did they exist in a time when Earth's climate was radically different? Or is the resemblance an illusion, the result of the human tendency to find patterns where none exist? Some researchers have suggested alternative explanations. Perhaps Piri Reis, working from distorted or fragmented maps, inadvertently combined coastlines, blending the known with the unknown. Perhaps the accuracy of South America was a remarkable stroke of luck, or the result of painstaking interpolation. And yet, each time these explanations are offered, the questions multiply. Why did Piri Reis himself insist his sources were ancient, even pre-Greek? Why do parts of the map reflect knowledge that would not be verified for centuries? The parchment itself offers no further clues. Roughly 1/3 of the map survives today. The rest is lost. What remains is covered in ornate script, sea monsters, compass roses, and intricate details that speak to both artistry and science. To look upon it is to feel the convergence of two worlds, the medieval and the modern, the known and the forgotten. In its flowing Ottoman calligraphy, one line stands out. No one knows for certain the lands of the southern regions, for they have not been fully explored. A simple confession, or a quiet admission that others long ago had known far more. Today, the Piri Reis Map is kept behind glass, carefully preserved against time and temperature. Scholars continue to study it with digital tools, comparing its lines to satellite images and global projections. Some call it the most extraordinary survival of Renaissance cartography. Others, the last echo of a knowledge that predates history itself. In the dim light of the museum, the map's faded ink seems almost alive, its coasts curling like ancient memories, its edges whispering of lands both real and imagined. And as you gaze upon it, one thought lingers. Who first charted the world before the world was known? And what other fragments of their knowledge still lie hidden, waiting, like this one, to be found again? From the faded lines of the Piri Reis Map, an ancient window into forgotten geographies, our path now turns east, deep into the heart of China. Here, beyond the modern towns of Zhejiang province, lies a landscape that conceals something almost impossible. Beneath quiet hills, under farmland and villages, the ground gives way not to caves formed by nature, but to vast underground chambers, monumental in scale, perfect in design, and carved entirely by hand. This is the mystery of the Longyou Caves. Discovered in 1992 by chance, the story began when a farmer decided to drain a seemingly ordinary pond near the village of Xianbeikun. The pond had been there for generations. Locals claimed it was bottomless, an eternal pool fed by underground springs. But after 17 days of pumping, what emerged from the receding water stunned everyone. Beneath the surface was not a natural depression, but an enormous man-made cavern, smooth, symmetrical, and precisely carved. Soon, more ponds in the area were drained. One by one, more caves were found. To date, at least 24 of them have been discovered, each one an engineering masterpiece. Their ceilings soar nearly 30 meters high, their walls smooth as though machined, their interiors covered in meticulous parallel chisel marks, patterns so consistent they seem decorative, like a language written in stone. The scale of the excavation defies comprehension. Geologists estimate that the builders removed over 1 million cubic meters of rock. Yet, despite the enormity of the project, no trace of tools, debris, or human remains has ever been found. No historical record mentions their construction. No legend, no inscription, no dynasty claim. It is as if the caves simply appeared one day, carved into existence by an invisible civilization. Who built them? And for what purpose? Archaeologists studying the Longyou Caves agree on one fact. They are not natural formations. The sandstone in which they are carved is dense and hard, difficult to cut and prone to collapse if mishandled. Whoever created these chambers possessed both extraordinary technical ability and deep understanding of geology. The interiors feature interconnected halls, bridges, pillars, and terraces, designs that seem deliberate, even architectural. Mainstream scholars generally place their creation around 2,000 years ago, during the Qin or early Han dynasty. But no imperial records, local accounts, or ancient texts mention any such construction. And in a culture renowned for its meticulous historical documentation, such silence is deeply unusual. Inside the caves, the most striking detail is the precision of the chisel marks. Every wall, floor, and ceiling bears the same texture: dense, rhythmic, evenly spaced lines cut into the rock at exact angles. The effect is hypnotic, as if the builders wanted not only to excavate but to sculpt the very geometry of the space. Under torchlight, the grooves shimmer faintly, casting waves of shadow across the walls. It feels less like a mine or quarry and more like a temple, though one built for purposes long forgotten. What then could they have been? Some researchers propose that the Longyou Caves were underground storage chambers, designed to preserve grain, weapons, or treasure from the elements. Others argue they may have served as tombs or ceremonial sanctuaries, carved for kings or deities. Yet none of these theories fully fit the evidence. No artifacts have been found, no human remains, no soot on the ceilings, no signs of habitation. The chambers are pristine, as though never truly used. Even their structure challenges practical explanation. The caves are arranged with deliberate spacing, avoiding one another by mere inches, suggesting careful planning or mapping. Each chamber's orientation seems to follow subtle alignments with the landscape above. Some point toward nearby hills or rivers, others mirror constellations, according to certain fringe interpretations. Could the builders have encoded astronomical or spiritual meaning within their design? When engineers attempt to reconstruct how the caves were made, the logistics become staggering. To carve out so much stone using the tools known from 2,000 years ago would have required thousands of workers laboring for decades. Lighting alone presents a mystery. The ceilings are unblackened, suggesting the builders somehow worked deep underground without torches that would leave smoke residue. Did they use mirrors or some other form of illumination now lost to history? And then there is the absence of evidence, the great paradox of Longyou. If this was one of humanity's largest underground projects, why is there not a single written reference, not even a local tale? The Chinese historical record documents everything from royal decrees to bridge repairs, yet it remains silent on a construction that would have required resources rivaling those of the Great Wall. Though some have speculated that the caves are far older than official estimates, that they may predate known Chinese dynasties entirely. Others draw comparisons to mysterious subterranean sites found elsewhere in the world, the Hypogeum of Malta, the rock cities of Cappadocia, the tunnels of Derinkuyu. Could these all be remnants of an ancient global tradition of underground architecture, perhaps a way of surviving climatic catastrophe, or preserving knowledge through ages of change? More speculative still are theories that place the Longyou Caves in the realm of lost technology. The perfection of their symmetry, the uniformity of their surfaces, and the absence of construction waste have led some to suggest advanced methods, rotary drilling, acoustic cutting, or even energy-based tools. No evidence supports these ideas, yet they persist, sustained by the simple fact that no conventional explanation has ever fully satisfied. Standing inside one of these caverns, it is difficult not to feel something profound. The air is cool and still. The sound of one's own breath echoes off the distant walls. The stone glows softly under artificial light, revealing the same unbroken pattern carved thousands of times over. It feels less like a human space than a chamber built for eternity, a message not yet deciphered. What secret purpose guided the hands that shaped these halls? Were they hiding something or preserving it? And if so, what lies beyond the boundaries of what has yet been uncovered? The Longyou Caves remain one of China's most enduring enigmas, a feat of engineering that seems to have emerged fully formed from the past, then vanished without a trace. As dusk settles over Zhejiang, the fields above them return to quiet. Villagers pass by unaware that beneath their feet lies a subterranean labyrinth, one that may rewrite everything we think we know about the reach and capability of ancient civilization. Perhaps the caves were meant to be found only when humanity was ready to ask the right questions. Or perhaps they stand as a reminder that beneath the surface of the world we think we understand, deeper mysteries still wait, patiently, in the dark. From the hidden caverns of Longyou, where human hands carved vast subterranean halls with impossible precision, our journey now moves south, across seas and centuries, to the distant wilderness of New Zealand's South Island. Here, beneath the icy slopes of Mount Owen, an ancient secret lay entombed in darkness, preserved not in legend, but in flesh. It was 1986 when a team of explorers ventured into a system of caves deep within the mountain. The air was cold, dry, and silent, a place seemingly untouched for millennia. As they moved through narrow limestone passages, their lights caught something unexpected protruding from the soil. Not stone, not wood, but a talon, curved, scaly, and eerily intact. When they unearthed it, the explorers could hardly believe what they were holding. The object resembled the claw of a massive bird, its flesh still leathery, its tendons still visible, as though the creature had died only yesterday. The mountain's freezing conditions had mummified it perfectly, sealing it in time. The specimen would soon be known to the world as the Mount Owen claw. Scientists quickly confirmed that the claw did not belong to any known living bird. Instead, it came from a species long thought extinct, the upland moa, a flightless giant that once roamed New Zealand's ancient forests. This particular species, Megalopteryx didynus, was believed to have vanished at least 500 years earlier, around the time humans first settled the islands. And yet, here it was, flesh, sinew, and keratin preserved as if frozen mid-death. How could such a thing have survived in such a state for centuries, or perhaps millennia? The discovery reignited one of the most haunting debates in modern archaeology. Could isolated populations of prehistoric creatures, like the moa, have survived far longer than science admits? Mainstream researchers explained the preservation as a product of rare environmental coincidence. The cave's temperature, humidity, and mineral content had formed a natural tomb, halting decomposition and protecting the remains from scavengers. Radiocarbon dating later placed the claw's age at roughly 3,300 years. But the physical condition, intact skin, tendons, and even feathers, felt almost impossible to reconcile with that timeline. For many, the Mount Owen claw became more than a paleontological artifact. It was a symbol of the blurred boundary between life and extinction. The moa itself was an extraordinary creature. Standing up to 12 feet tall and weighing nearly 500 pounds, it was the largest flightless bird to have ever lived. For thousands of years, it dominated New Zealand's ecosystems, browsing forests and grasslands, its only natural predator the giant Haast's eagle, a raptor so powerful it could strike down a full-grown human. When Polynesian settlers, the ancestors of today's Maori, arrived around the 13th century AD, the moa population quickly declined, hunted for food until none remained. At least, that is what conventional history tells us. But stories persist. Among Maori oral traditions, there are tales of enormous, elusive birds that survived in remote mountain valleys long after the species was believed extinct. Creatures that fled at the scent of fire or the sound of human voices. European settlers in the 19th century also reported strange encounters. Giant footprints in alpine mud, enormous feathers unlike those of any living species, even fleeting glimpses of dark, feathered shapes moving at dusk. None were ever proven, but neither were they fully disproven. Could the Mount Owen claw be a remnant of one of those survivors? Was it the last echo of a species that clung to existence in isolation, hidden in the cold refuge of the southern mountains? Some researchers entertained the idea that small, reclusive populations of moa might have persisted into historical times, their remains eventually entombed in caves like this one. Others proposed an even older mystery. Perhaps the claw came from a much earlier epoch, preserved since the last ice age, when glaciers swept across the region. And then there are those who look beyond zoology entirely. To them, the claw stands as evidence of a broader truth, that the natural world holds secrets we are not yet prepared to face. If such a relic could survive unseen beneath Mount Owen, what else might lie hidden in the untouched corners of our planet? Creatures thought extinct, civilizations long forgotten, echoes of an age when myths and reality were not so easily divided. Even the mountain itself seems complicit in the mystery. Mount Owen is part of the remote Kahurangi National Park, a landscape of jagged limestone, deep sinkholes, and labyrinthine caves still being mapped today. The conditions that preserved the claw are still active. Cold air flowing through chambers untouched by light, layers of mineral dust sealing away whatever lies within. It's a natural archive, an underground memory of the world before humans arrived. When the claw was first displayed to the public, it drew awe and disbelief. People described it as dinosaur-like, as if reaching across time. Scientists, cautious but fascinated, treated it as a unique window into New Zealand's vanished megafauna. Yet even as carbon dating settled the debate on its general age, questions lingered about its immaculate preservation, about how many more might still lie waiting in the caves of the Southern Alps. And deeper still lies the philosophical question, the one that turns every discovery into something more profound. How much of the past truly stays buried? If a creature's flesh can endure for 3,000 years beneath stone and ice, what of other remnants, structures, artifacts, entire stories that may one day surface and force us to rethink our timeline? The Mount Owen claw, now housed in a museum, sits behind glass under controlled light and temperature. Its curved talons still gleam faintly, its ancient texture preserved like a memory frozen mid-breath. Visitors lean close, some shivering not from the cold, but from the uncanny sense that they are staring into something that once was, and perhaps somewhere deep within the earth might still be. Outside, the mountains remain silent. The wind whispers across their ridges, through caves not yet explored. And one cannot help but wonder, was the Mount Owen claw a final message from the past? Or the first hint that prehistory, in some hidden places, has not yet ended? Yet. From the cold caves of Mount Owen, where a single mummified claw blurred the line between extinction and survival, our journey now turns back toward the Mediterranean, a cradle of ancient mystery. Here, beneath the sunlit streets of modern Valletta on the island of Malta, lies a world that seems untouched by time. A world carved deep into limestone, filled with echoes, shadows, and the silent presence of the dead. This is the Hal-Saflieni Hypogeum, and within it, perhaps, one of the strangest archaeological enigmas ever uncovered, the Hypogeum Skulls. The Hypogeum itself is a labyrinth of chambers hewn from solid rock, descending 3 stories below the surface. Built around 4000 BC, it is one of the oldest known underground temples and necropolises on Earth. Its walls are marked by red ochre spirals, its ceilings carved with impossible symmetry, and its acoustics engineered with eerie perfection. A whisper in one chamber can be heard throughout the complex, magnified and resonant, as if the stone itself were alive. When Maltese workers accidentally discovered it in 1902, while digging foundations for housing, they found something more than architecture. Inside, archaeologists uncovered the remains of over 7,000 individuals, men, women, and children buried within a site that seemed designed for ritual, not just rest. Among those remains, however, were a handful of skulls that defied ordinary classification. They were elongated, stretched, and misshapen in ways that seemed deliberate, yet unnatural. The first detailed records came from excavations led by Sir Themistocles Zammit, Malta's pioneering archaeologist. His team noted several skulls with features that differed markedly from typical human anatomy: unusually long craniums, flattened backs, and in some cases, extended temporal regions that gave them a distinctly alien appearance. Some even displayed abnormally developed cranial cavities, as if accommodating larger brains. Were these the results of cultural cranial deformation, a practice known in ancient societies around the world, or something else entirely? The mainstream explanation is anthropological. In several prehistoric cultures from South America to Egypt, intentional skull elongation was achieved through binding the heads of infants during early growth, symbolizing status, beauty, or divine connection. Yet the Maltese skulls show traits that do not fully align with this practice. The bone structure appears thicker, the extension more uniform, and in some cases, the cranial base more curved than artificially shaped skulls typically exhibit. Even more puzzling are reports, though fragmentary, of other anomalies. Some early researchers described a lack of the median sagittal suture, a natural joint that runs along the top of the skull and separates the two hemispheres. If true, that would mean these skulls were not simply reshaped humans, but structurally distinct. Unfortunately, much of the original evidence has vanished. In the mid-20th century, many of the skulls were transferred to the National Museum of Archaeology in Valletta for further study. Some remained in private collections. Others, according to local accounts, disappeared altogether. By the 1980s, only a few remained accessible to researchers, and even these were withdrawn from public display. No official explanation was given, though museum curators cited preservation concerns. This silence has only deepened the mystery. In the absence of definitive data, theories have multiplied. Some researchers suggest that the elongated skulls may represent a genetically distinct population, perhaps an isolated prehistoric group that settled Malta before the Neolithic temple builders. Others point to parallels between the Hypogeum's architecture and ancient sites elsewhere in the Mediterranean, hinting at connections to lost maritime cultures predating Egypt and Sumer. More speculative interpretations venture further still. The Hypogeum's unusual acoustics, its ability to amplify sound and induce vibration, have led some to propose that it was not just a burial site, but a chamber for altered states of consciousness, ritual sound, or even communication with the divine. Could the people interred there, with their elongated skulls, have been the ritual specialists, the priests or oracles of an ancient cult devoted to sound, frequency, or light? Others, on the fringes of interpretation, have drawn bolder connections. They link the skulls to global myths of sky beings or watchers, non-human entities depicted in prehistoric art as tall, elongated figures. To them, the Hypogeum skulls are not an anomaly of human variation, but a remnant of contact, something not of this earth. Of course, such claims remain unverified, resting more in the realm of speculation than evidence. But even the most cautious scholars admit that the Hypogeum holds an atmosphere unlike any other site on Earth. Its air is thick, its silence profound. Some visitors report feeling disoriented, overcome by sensations of pressure or presence, as if the space itself remembers what happened there. In one chamber, known as the Oracle Room, a voice spoken in the key of 110 Hz vibrates through the entire complex, resonating with the frequency range known to affect the human brain. Coincidence? Or design? If the Hypogeum was intended to manipulate sound, then perhaps it was built not merely to house the dead, but to connect with something beyond the physical world. A portal between life and the afterlife, or between humanity and something far older. Standing today in the dim, echoing halls of Hal-Saflieni, one feels both awe and unease. The ochre spirals painted on the walls seem to turn in the half-light, ancient symbols of birth, death, and eternity. The air carries the faint scent of limestone and time itself. Somewhere in the darkness, one imagines the hollow sockets of the skulls, watching, waiting, guarding a story that no living voice can tell. Were the Hypogeum skulls merely evidence of ritual deformation and cultural identity? Or were they something far rarer, a glimpse into an extinct lineage, a vanished people whose origins we have yet to trace? Perhaps the truth, like the chambers themselves, lies deep below the surface, buried beneath layers of silence and centuries of caution. And as the lights fade and the echoes settle, the question remains suspended in the still air. Who were the beings laid to rest beneath Malta's stone? And what ancient purpose did their long, strange heads once serve in the dark? From the silent depths of the Hypogeum, where skulls whisper secrets through stone corridors, our path now ascends to a place where earth meets sky, and the mountains themselves seem carved with divine intent. High in the Peruvian Andes, near the legendary city of Machu Picchu, a vast granite outcrop gleams beneath the morning sun. Its surfaces are smooth, its chambers hidden, its purpose uncertain. Locals call it Templo de la Luna, the Temple of the Moon. Set within the rugged slopes of Huayna Picchu, the mountain that rises like a guardian behind Machu Picchu, the Temple of the Moon is unlike anything else in the Incan world. It is not a temple in the traditional sense, but a cavern carved with precision and purpose, an interplay of light, stone, and shadow that seems both natural and impossibly deliberate. At first glance, it appears simple, a shallow cave framed by massive, immovable rocks. Yet step inside, and the illusion dissolves. The walls are sculpted into tiers, niches, and ceremonial platforms, each surface polished with meticulous care. The craftsmanship suggests reverence, ritual, and intention. When the sun reaches the right angle, its rays pierce through cracks in the mountain, illuminating the interior like a celestial clock. For a few fleeting moments, the cave glows, its altar bathed in pale light, as if kissed by the moon itself. But what exactly was this place? Mainstream archaeologists agree that the Temple of the Moon dates to the height of the Inca Empire, sometime in the 15th century. It was likely a sacred site connected to lunar worship, a theme deeply rooted in Andean cosmology. The moon, known to the Incas as Mama Quilla, was the goddess of femininity, fertility, and time. Her cycles governed harvests, ceremonies, and the rhythm of life itself. The Incas often built temples to honor celestial deities, aligning them with solstices, equinoxes, and mountain peaks believed to be living spirits. Yet, the Temple of the Moon stands apart from most Incan architecture. It is not built. It is sculpted from living rock. Unlike Machu Picchu's squared blocks and terraces, this sanctuary seems to have been coaxed directly from the mountain, as though the stone had been shaped by hand and will rather than tools. Whoever created it understood the mountain's structure intimately, carving chambers that merge seamlessly with its natural form. Deep within, a stone throne faces an altar-like platform. Above it, a crescent-shaped arch echoes the lunar symbol. Around it, intricate carvings, serpents, faces, and geometric patterns blur the line between art and geology. Yet the deeper one goes, the stranger it becomes. Hidden passages extend behind the main chamber, leading to narrow tunnels and cavities whose purposes remain unknown. Some appear sealed, others unfinished. In several of these darker recesses, the walls bear evidence of heat exposure, rock that seems to have melted and resolidified, its surface glassy and smooth. Was it the result of ritual fire, or something else? Archaeologists debate whether the site served as a tomb, a ceremonial cave, or an astronomical observatory. Some suggest it was used for mummification rituals, preserving the remains of Incan nobility in an eternal dialogue with the gods. Others believe it marked a portal, a liminal space between the world of the living and the underworld known as Uku Pacha. In Incan belief, mountains were not lifeless stone but sacred beings, apus, or spirits. The Temple of the Moon, nestled in the heart of Huayna Picchu, may have been designed as a direct communion with one such apu. The moonlight that enters the cave was not merely illumination. It was a divine messenger. But beyond these explanations lie the mysteries that no official theory quite satisfies. How did the Incas carve so precisely into the mountain without iron tools or advanced machinery? The stone surfaces are so smooth and uniform that modern engineers still marvel at their finish. Was it patience and technique, or knowledge of a method now lost to time? Some fringe researchers have gone further, proposing that the Temple of the Moon predates the Inca altogether. To them, the site may have been inherited from an earlier, forgotten civilization, one that possessed an understanding of stonework beyond what history credits. In this view, the Incas merely repurposed a sacred site whose original function they could sense but not fully comprehend. Such ideas remain speculative, yet the evidence that the region's sacred structures sit atop older foundations is difficult to ignore. Many megalithic sites throughout Peru, from Sacsayhuamán to Ollantaytambo, display multiple layers of construction, with the oldest stones fitting together so perfectly that even a blade cannot pass between them. Could the Temple of the Moon belong to that same deeper layer of antiquity, one erased from written record but preserved in stone? And then there are the more mystical accounts, Local Quechua legends speak of the temple as a place of transformation, a gateway used by shamans and priests to communicate with the spirit world. According to oral traditions, during certain phases of the moon, the mountain's energy would awaken, and the light entering the cave would not reflect but absorb, as if the mountain itself were drinking the moon's power. Some say those who meditated within the chamber could hear whispers, voices not of the dead, but of something ancient, alive, and aware. Even today, few visitors are allowed inside. The site is fragile, its interior partially closed to protect against erosion. Those who have entered describe a stillness unlike any other place in the Andes. The temperature drops sharply. Sound seems to vanish. Standing before the carved throne, one cannot help but feel observed, as though the mountain, through its stone eyes, watches quietly from the dark. What was the Temple of the Moon truly built for? Was it a sanctuary of the Inca, devoted to lunar worship and the balance of life? Or could it be something older, a relic of a civilization whose name has been lost to time? As the sun sets over the Urubamba Valley, the light fades from the stone and shadows reclaim the entrance. The mountain glows silver under the rising moon. And there, in the half-light, the temple seems to breathe again. Its presence, both ancient and alive. Perhaps it was never meant to be explained, only experienced. For in places like this, the boundary between myth and reality blurs, and the silence of the stones seems to hold a truth that words can never reach. A truth that, for now, remains waiting, somewhere beneath the light of the moon. From the silent chambers of the Temple of the Moon, where ancient hands carved worship into living rock, we now journey far from the Andes, to a world where the jungle itself guards its secrets. A world so vast, so impenetrable, that entire civilizations could vanish within it, leaving behind nothing but whispers. Deep in the Amazon rainforest, where the air hums with the sound of unseen life and the canopy blocks the sun, lies a mystery that has haunted explorers for over a century. A legend of a lost city, glittering, advanced, and ancient, hidden somewhere beyond the rivers of Brazil's Mato Grosso region. They called it the Lost City of Z. The story begins with a man whose obsession with discovery would consume him entirely. British explorer Colonel Percy Fawcett. In the early 20th century, Fawcett was among the most respected surveyors and adventurers of his time. A man of iron discipline and quiet conviction, he mapped uncharted territories of South America with military precision. But in 1920, his expeditions began to focus on something different. Not geography, but legend. While studying records in the archives of Rio de Janeiro, Fawcett came across a fragment of an old Portuguese manuscript dated to 1753. Within its yellowed pages, the document described the ruins of a mysterious city deep within the jungle. Stone roads, towering statues, and inscriptions hinting at a civilization older than any known in South America. The report spoke of a city with buildings that gleamed like gold, abandoned long before Europeans arrived. To Fawcett, this was no myth. It was a clue. He became convinced that an advanced pre-Columbian civilization had once thrived in the heart of the Amazon, long before the Inca or Maya, and that its remnants still waited to be found. He called it Z, a name chosen not for what it meant, but for what it represented: the ultimate destination, the final mystery. In 1925, he set out on his final expedition, accompanied by his son Jack and Jack's friend Raleigh Rimmel. Their supplies were modest, their confidence immense. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they sent letters home describing encounters with tribes, temples swallowed by vines, and traces of stone structures where none should exist. Then, silence. Fawcett and his companions vanished without a trace. Their disappearance sparked one of the greatest search efforts in exploration history. Dozens of expeditions followed, some official, others driven by obsession. Nearly all ended in failure. Many searchers themselves disappeared, swallowed by disease, hunger, or the jungle's relentless grasp. The lost city of Z became more than a destination. It became a myth, a ghost story told by explorers who never came back. Yet the question lingered: was Fawcett chasing a dream, or rediscovering a forgotten truth? For decades, scholars dismissed his quest as fantasy. The Amazon, they argued, could not support large civilizations. Its soil was too poor, its environment too hostile. The indigenous tribes that lived there were seen as isolated and small-scale, their ancestors never having built cities of stone. To imagine otherwise was to indulge in romantic speculation. But time, as it often does, began to change the narrative. In recent years, satellite imagery and LIDAR scanning have revealed vast geometric patterns hidden beneath the rainforest canopy. Remnants of massive earthworks, roads, canals, and settlements stretching across thousands of square miles. Some of these structures, found in the upper Xingu and Acre regions, date back more than 2,000 years. They suggest a level of organization, agriculture, and architecture far beyond what was once believed possible. Could these be the remnants of the civilization Fawcett sought? Some archaeologists now argue that Fawcett's Z may have been real, not a single city, but part of a network of interconnected cultures that flourished in the Amazon long before European contact. The jungle, they say, did not erase them. It simply reclaimed them. Still, the mystery deepens. Fawcett's own descriptions, stone temples, carved idols, and hieroglyphic markings, do not perfectly match the known pre-Columbian earthworks. Were his observations exaggerated, misinterpreted, or did he stumble upon something yet undiscovered? Perhaps a site still hidden in the densest reaches of the forest, untouched by modern eyes. Then there are the darker theories. Some believe Fawcett and his team were killed by one of the many uncontacted tribes still living in the region, a tragic end to an ill-fated expedition. Others claim they were captured, or that Fawcett chose to remain among a tribe that accepted him as one of their own. A few even suggest that he found what he was looking for and decided never to return. A man who became a myth, absorbed into the very jungle he sought to conquer. More speculative still are the fringe theories that surround the lost city of Z. Some claim the ruins Fawcett described were remnants of an Atlantean outpost, or a civilization connected to the mysterious builders of South America's megalithic sites: Tiwanaku, Sacsayhuamán, Puma Punku. Others link the city to supposed energy lines or magnetic anomalies said to run through the region, as though the earth itself marked the place as sacred. But beyond the speculation lies a quieter truth, one that continues to draw explorers and dreamers alike. The Amazon remains one of the least explored regions on Earth. Even today, entire ecosystems, species, and archaeological sites are being discovered beneath its canopy. The jungle guards its past with patience, covering the traces of empires in layers of soil, root, and silence. When the wind stirs through the trees, when the rivers shift their course after heavy rains, it is easy to imagine what might still lie beneath. The remnants of roads, plazas, and stone altars waiting to be found. Was the lost city of Z a product of Fawcett's obsession? A mirage born of the colonial imagination? Or was it something real? An echo of a forgotten age, buried beneath centuries of green silence? Perhaps, somewhere deep in the uncharted jungle, the answer still stands, hidden beneath vines and moss, its walls watched over by the ceaseless rhythm of the forest. The lost city of Z remains, for now, both legend and possibility, a story suspended between dream and discovery. And as long as the Amazon endures, its rivers winding endlessly through the unknown, that question will linger. What else might still lie waiting beneath its leaves?